would you like me to put your video on the stream or just your audio?
Yeah, you can put video.
Okay. We'll do that too. Let's see if we're live. Okay. The stream is live, so now folks can hear us.
Hello, everyone.
All right, folks. So let me know if you can hear, if you can properly hear Morton, who is one of my 4 students here in CoachChamps, and let us know if there's any issues with the audio and stuff. And Morton, maybe you could tell myself and the audience like some basic background about yourself, like how long you've been playing, and how long it took you to get to 1700 online level. Just any sort of background like that, and while you do that, I'll set up your video.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, so I started playing chess when I was 7 years old. So I was watching some TV programs in Swedish about chess pieces, how they move. It was very funny. So my best achievement was I was growing up in eastern Sweden, in the district of Östergötland, and there I got third in my age group. Yeah, that's the best result. Yeah, and then I stopped around 9 years old. I got interested in other things, and then but I went to the chess club a bit, and then I moved to Gothenburg. And I went to the chess club here, and I mostly played like long games with long-term control. But I was young, and there was many other things that was interesting. Yeah, I was interested in poker. Yeah, so it's hard to have several hobbies at the same time. Yeah. So and then I took up chess after because Carlsen, he became very famous, so I became interested in following his achievements, and it was very fun with Chess24, their streams. They were very educative, I felt, and I had good content. So I followed their channel a lot. Yeah, and then the Chessable came, and I bought some courses. Yeah, each year I was actually following the American Championship because the time was very good for me. It was 8 p.m. in the evening, and they were live streaming the games, and I like to follow the entire stream. So then, so I saw when Shankland became the master, it was 2016, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was following that. So I was very interested in Hikaru. He went for the Dutch defense and stuff like that. Because before I quit chess, I had done some F4 openings. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you played Bird's opening as white?
Yeah, but when I came back, I never played it again because I felt it's too risky. Yeah, so so I became interested in Shankland's courses. So I started playing, I played D4 in my youth because I was following Kasparov. I was trying to mirror his style when I was young.
Me too.
Sorry?
Me too.
Okay, great.
Kasparov was always my style model when I was learning chess for the first 10, 20 years.
Yeah, and then there was a book, my dad did some chess also, he got some chess books here, and it was about a Danish author, and he talked about styles, and I figure out my style is not like Kasparov at all. I think I'm more like a Kramnik style.
Okay, so you had to change it a little.
Yeah, so... but I like Shankland's course, so I try to mirror Shankland a lot, when I started again. So I played like locally here uh, against different youngsters because I lost my rating. I had like 1400 in the old rating system, and they only have FIDE rating, so I had to start again with the ratings. Um, yeah, so and I also there was a lot of simultaneous exhibitions.
Mm-hmm.
So what got me hooked also was that the Swedish champion, he visited our club, and I actually managed to beat him in the Najdorf. Yeah, like he made a mistake in the opening, so I won a pawn, and then I just knew I need to improve my worst piece, so I was doing that all the time, improving my worst piece, and yeah, so he had a lot of time pressure because each of us had 1.5 hour, and he also had 1.5 hour, so it was not so fair simultaneous exhibition. But he was playing very fast, yeah. So he had only like half a minute per move, yeah. Or like 10 seconds per move, something like that. Yeah, and then so I was thinking I should take chess seriously, and from that point on, so I've been playing the club championships on chess.com and lead chess. So I achieved 1 year ago. I achieved 2000 rapid rating on lead chess. So I was very satisfied for that. And then I set a goal as 1700 in blitz on chess.com.
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing some 3-minute splits and also learning bullets like time, yeah, management from the chess pros, yeah. But I felt it was, and I was doing like puzzle rush 1 hour a day, yeah. So I always did tactics half an hour a day at least. But also I was a lot of into daily chess.
Can I ask you something, Morton?
So,
What was the name of this player you played in the simul?
yeah, good question. He's from southern of Sweden. So Khan, he will know his name. I'm bad with names, so he's a GM, yeah.
Okay.
Who he also played Carlsen back in the day, yeah.
Wow. So that was the moment that turned you on to your most recent period of playing more chess, studying more, and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, so I felt, yeah, I feel a lot of joy in chess, yeah. But I also try to focus professionally as well. So I've been doing IT education, and now I'm starting to become a bus driver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so then the first thing I wanted to do, actually, sorry, before we do anything, I have one more thing I want to talk about with you. So the CoachChamps competition is only a few weeks long, right? So we don't have a lot of time. And to some extent, the best thing that we could do for this competition is to just prepare you for the tournament instead of, because in 1 month, we can't get very much better at chess. You know, maybe like 50 rating points in a month would be like a very good improvement. So what I want to offer you is this, and this is only if you agree, but my offer is I will prepare you for the CoachChamps tournament. And if we win the CoachChamps tournament, then next month I'll teach you how to get better in general, so that you know how to like train and get better long term. But in these couple weeks that we focus on just preparing for one tournament so that we can win that one tournament.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So after that, I can teach you all kinds of other stuff. But now we're going to be kind of focused on one tournament, which means we're going to pace ourselves till then. We're going to do things like practicing the time control, 10+2. We're going to practice playing 7 games of 10+2 in a row. like imitating the exact format of the tournament that we're playing in. Okay, I see you want to win this tournament too, so we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So we'll practice like the exact format. We'll probably play a few games of 3+2 as well, just to make sure that you're very comfortable on the 2-second increment. We'll mostly play 10+2 so that you get a really good sense of how much time you want to spend on your opening, middle game, end game, and you just living, breathing the time control. But a few 3+2s just so that we make sure that in a pinch you could play a little faster if you have to, depending on how a particular game goes. And then I'm going to give you advice like taking a break right before the tournament, relaxing a little bit. We'll see if maybe we can find a way to put some pressure on you during some of your training games, because you might feel a little pressure on the day of the tournament. So we'll see if we can simulate that as well. And the best thing I might be able to do for you is I might be able to find like a big weakness in your game that you could fix in 1 month. That's possible. We might be able to find one big thing to fix. But in my opinion, if we try to cram a bunch of learning endgames and openings and strategies into 1 month, it's just too much to think about during a 10-minute game. So you might actually play worse than without my coaching.
Yeah.
So more what we want to do is just kind of like streamline. If I see one really bad habit that's relatively easy to break, right? Like if you were too slow or too fast or too nervous or too confident, like we could pick one thing and kind of change it a little bit. But for the most part, I don't want to try to change too much in just a couple weeks. I want you to more or less work with the tools you already have, and we'll just like hone you and get you in tournament shape. And then next month we can talk about, what openings are best for your style, or if there are some end games you want to learn and how to work on those things. But what we do these next couple weeks might be pretty simple. It might be a lot of playing games at the time control. Does that sound fine? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then the first thing I want to do is I want to see you play 2 games. The first game I'll have you play against somebody in just some random person. And I want to watch the game in real time, because very often if I watch a game in real time, I can really get into the student's head and figure out why are they taking 10 seconds here, why are they taking 1 second here, why are they taking 30 seconds there, and I can start to really figure out a lot about how you're thinking. So we're going to try and play one game like that and see if I can maybe read your mind a little bit.
Okay, so we share a tab, yeah?
I don't think you need to share a tab. I should just be able to watch you on chess.com.
Oh, okay.
Because we're friends,
great.
yeah? So you should be able to just start a game, and then I'll watch the game and follow you. During the game, you don't need to tell me anything. You don't need to explain your thought process or anything, right? Play it like it's one game in a tournament, and then afterwards, I can ask you some questions, and you'll still remember what you were thinking. So.
Okay, so do you want me to play 3+2 or 10+0?
Let's play a 10+2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Custom challenge. Rating range -200 +200.
Plus or minus 200 is perfect, yeah.
200, okay, yeah. And then random, and then more time controls. Custom, 10 minutes and 2 seconds. And then start game. Yeah, so maybe I will meet someone, like play someone in the CoachChamps now.
Maybe.
Because everyone wants to play 10+2.
Everybody there would be wanting to play it, right?
Yeah. So I can go to players. Like how can I say other challenges?
What's that?
If I go to players, then I will see. No, I cannot see. I was thinking there is no interface for seeing other challenges. Yeah, like.
Oh, if there's a good challenge, you could just click on to join someone's game.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we don't get a good game quickly, we can ask somebody from chat to play you, which is another little advantage we have is we've got a good pool of people from the chess dojo who'll be happy to practice with you.
Okay, so yeah, it's Gothenburg, ESS, Gothenburg.
Yeah, I can. Here, I'll share your profile in chat, and if there's anybody right now who's, let's say, between 1580 and 2000. 1580 to 2000 chess.com rapid, you could go ahead and give Morton a challenge and play a game with him. And we're also going to use this to set up basically fake tournaments for you, right? Because we'll find, well, they won't be fake, you know, to set up practice tournaments for you, because we can find 7 people in your rating range and play a whole tournament.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So I'm still searching.
Okay.
Let's see, notifications, friends, outgoing.
All right. And the other thing I have here is I've got a sheet open. So if you see me looking off to the side and typing, sometimes I'm starting to build, you know, a profile and some information. So
yeah, you have a sheet on the right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So how many meetings have you had? Is it the first one?
This is the first one, yeah, because I was camping.
Okay, blinding sunfire. Maybe I can challenge him.
Okay.
He's a new friend I got.
Great.
Let's see. Or challenge. Okay. Rated or unrated?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, rated. Then it's serious. So I sent him a challenge. Okay, oh great. So can you see my game now?
Yeah, I can see it. Okay, so I'm going to watch this game and going to try and get into Morton's head a little bit and see if he's got any really glaring weakness that we could take advantage of. So playing 1c4, that's nice. English opening is good. Okay, he's trying to do something a little bit unusual and creative. He wants to play a5, kick the knight, a6. Standard, you know, people would blitz out knight f3 without even thinking about this position. So it's interesting. I would guess that he's had this position before, but he thought about it again. So we'll see how a4, a5, if that helps or hurts white. And that would be like a potential question to ask him, like whether he thinks that he got a good or bad position out of the opening. You know, since he tried out something new, we can ask him if he thought it was good or bad for him compared to, you know, maybe some other positions he's had before in the English. All right, so this is the position, how it got from the English, right? Standard opening, knight c3. And in the Sicilian, you'll see players normally protect the piece, right, and keep it in the center. Moves like this. When you're black and you're one tempo down, it's actually standard that you just retreat out of the center. You can't hold the space. And here, knight f3 is like a super book move, knight f3, knight c6, and maybe white just castles. And he tries to do something a little different here with the a pawn, then quickly the queen. And so now he's tying this knight to knight c7. And he's starting to threaten to maybe take the knight and win a pawn. Black chooses to defend c6. Now he goes d3. Maybe he didn't like knight f3, e4. But mainly he thought about his a4 move, and now he's playing pretty quickly on these follow-up moves. When a4 was blocked by a5 foos, his idea was that meant that he had the b5 square for his knight as sort of a pseudo outpost. And so then he set up quickly with queen c2 and knight b5 to try and tie black to some pressure on the c file. Now this bishop b4 move, he's going to have to move off of the c file, so he will have not really kept the locked in position he wanted. So Blinding Sun actually played this opening very well and has quote unquote refuted white's opening with this bishop b4, bishop d2. Black's going to have basically equalized the opening, and we'll find that queen c2 was too early a move with the queen, right? It was a committal tempo. So black has survived the opening, but what do we notice? He's keeping up a good tempo of play, right? He's used just about a minute to play a dozen moves, and he's got a normal position, and he's given his opponent something to think about, right? So even if, a grandmaster who sees this game might not copy the a4 queen c2 idea, it's interesting that he's able to play this fast while having some ideas for putting pressure on the opponent and asking them some questions, making them work and think and so forth. So the opening phase...
Yeah, maybe I should talk a bit, but I don't know if he's stream sniping.
Yeah, don't talk. Just play like you're in a tournament and you're totally focused. And okay. We'll talk about it when it's done.
Okay, yeah. If it's boring, you can give feedback, and then...
It's not boring. It's excellent. I love it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I don't know how often he's been on a stream before, so it might not be normal for him to be on stream, but that's also preparation for the upcoming tournament, right? He's got to become ready for that. White would like to play rook a c1, but perhaps Morton is aware that knight takes a4 is a potential problem, so he may want to figure out what to do here, which might be rook fc1 or might be some other way to think about this pawn or other spots on the board. We will see. Black might also be thinking of playing bishop b3, so he might spot that as a possible issue here. Yeah, and he didn't dramatically break principles or anything, right? He just tried an interesting idea. Okay, so he ultimately goes for rook a c1, and he did think about it for a while, so this was a real consideration. He leaves the pawn hanging. What is his plan with that? I was wondering if he was wondering about this. As you
can see, I play without rating showing, so I don't know his rating. So, but you don't have to tell me.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to know. He's somewhere in the range, right? And so you just want to...
Yeah. I think so.
Rook c1. Yeah, so he's definitely somebody who pays attention to the clock, I would say, as well as to the board. So he's going to be practical, as well as, everybody's got their chess artistry, so to speak. So opponent plays f6, a nice solid move defending the e-pawn, but we see his opponent has definitely, needed a little more time here to navigate this position. Nevertheless, I'm not sure how he's planning to hold this a-pawn, or what his long-term plan is to deal with that. So ideas for white. He could play queen c2 to defend his pawn. He could also retreat the knight to defend his pawn. That would be admitting this idea didn't fully pan out or put pressure on the opponent. But we just keep playing. He could also look at a move very complicated like d4, doing stuff in the center. He's thinking about it. Maybe his opponent was also a little concerned. They're at a high enough level that his opponent might have wondered about, like, rook takes c6, knight e5 at some point. Those kind of themes will be known by players in the 1700 range. Not all of them, but some of them. Okay, so here's a really deep think by Morton, the biggest of this game so far for sure. Okay, and he plays e4. So I can reverse engineer his thought process. He wanted to play d4 and let these pieces out, but the move e4 was uncomfortable for him. He didn't see a way to play any move with the knight that was really acceptable to him here. And so he played e4 to freeze this pawn here, so it can't move, and then he's going to play d4 next move. On any neutral or reasonable move that his opponent plays, that's going to be his plan. Okay, so his opponent goes for knight a4, and he plays d4 pretty quickly. I do want to make sure to ask him after the game if he was aware of the potential issues with his a-pawn. Playing a nice quick follow-up there. And let's see if he quickly takes with knight or queen, or if he has to. Yeah, he's got a plan. Continues following the plan. So now the queen's hitting the knight. He's basically forcing queen takes d4 from the opponent, then knight takes d4. Hitting the bishop and threatening rook c7. Rook c8 would fail fancily to knight e6, bishop h3. E4 blocked the bishop on g2 exactly, so d4 doesn't open things up as much as you might want it to. Also, I'm curious how much he cares about being up or down a pawn. Like, does he feel desperate to get his pawn back, or is he comfortable, you know, playing for pressure or initiative or position? Best move for Black Blinding Sun finds it. That pawn is majorly annoying to all of these pieces and the pressure they wanted to create. So opponent's giving him a good, tough game so far. Excellent play. Now let's see how White continues to handle this. Is he going to be excited about getting a bishop for a knight, or is he going to say my piece is good enough? Is he going to want to defend this piece or put more pressure? Is he going to look at something like rook e1, rook a1, knight b2, rook b1 to go to b7? Knight f5. Interesting. Looking for something at d6 and thinking that trading will let out his bishop from here. 30 seconds, reasonable time usage, continuing. Overall, in these positions, you know, Black has probably objectively, again, I'm guessing at this speed, but probably objectively, Black's been a little bit better ever since they took the pawn on a4. But White has always been, oh, they're fine. White has always been a little bit ahead on the clock, sort of compensating that in a sense, right? So we've got, you know, 2 minutes versus an extra pawn, kind of, is the battle here. There was a very interesting option for White here. If they notice their b-pawn hanging, they could actually do this very weird thing, go here with the rook hitting the knight, and then when the knight takes, you come here with the rook. The knight retreats somewhere. c4 or d3 are going to be pretty similar. And then you get this pawn. What you do is you split up those pawns, and things get a little bit more tactical and active for the white rooks. Still, Black's going to be a little bit better, but it's an interesting possibility. So we get knight b6 from black. So they don't want to go knight b2, rook b1, rook b7. So black is seeing that b2 is not free, so to speak. But I wonder how deeply they looked at the possibility of trying to crush white with rook e2. If white can hold this knight for one, if black can hold this knight for one move, then a3, a2. Sorry, a4, a3 would be winning for black. I wonder for Blinding Sun if they considered that. The general thought of keeping the position more closed against white's bishop, being content with one pawn, that's generally a good approach. And now white needs to come up with a way to put pressure on black. They still have 3 minutes and a sound position. White's not threatening or attacking anything yet. So curious what we can come up with here. A simple move like rook d1, we should expect rook d8 and have some kind of idea what we're doing with that. Let's see what we can come up with. If I were playing white, some thoughts here. Maybe rook here with the idea of rook here. Rook a1, so black has to keep that pawn defended, but I noticed they can play a4, and the pawn's pretty solid. So another thought is b3 to stop the pawn from going there safely. Okay, we get rook c3. I like it. He's trying to do something. One thing about the idea of b3 is you stop the easy a4 from black, but you also don't have rook to the b file yourself anymore, right? Let's see if black finds a4 quickly. They do, yeah. Okay, so you need something better than rook c3 to put real pressure on Blinding Sun as they find the a4 move relatively quickly. Now we go for b4, asking an interesting question. What does black want to do with their passed pawn? Do they want to take? Are they going to let us push? Do they want to push? Overall, Morton seems quite calm. Doesn't seem worked up about the pawn or fighting for activity for the white rook and bishop, looking for a target. Definitely true that learning is winning long term. My instinct is if black starts pushing a3, a2, it's a pretty strong pawn, but Blinding Sun plays a multi-purpose move, threatening f5, but most of all is kind of stopping this b5 idea because of rook takes b5. So they have kind of a stop counterplay attitude. g4 defending that pawn. Fair enough. And there goes the a pawn. Now we're going to see if we can catch it or not, right? Rook a1 quickly, so he'd anticipated that. Yeah, this is a criminal. We got to keep it under lock and key. The idea is a2, rook c2. See how quickly we can play rook c2 and put pressure on the opponent quickly, right? Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Now, I feel like that pawn's pretty much dead. There's two different ways that black could go. They could try and counterattack this pawn, hoping to capture it while white's capturing this one, right? So like rook b5. Or they could play rook e1 check, kind of a master level move, trying to make the white pieces more passive while losing the a pawn. Black goes for this, and now see if Morton takes the pawn or tries for more. Takes it, we clarify, gets to the 7th rank. This pawn's hanging too. I might have played rook b2 here because this rook on b4 is pretty good and simplifies the position a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what we get out of this. G-pawn's hanging, but black's going to move the knight to try and keep that pawn there, I expect. Rook b1 check feels nice as well, but since you've got rook b1 and rook g4, it's hard to choose. We get knight d5. And Tradovich, and behind the d-pawn, nice. Rook g4 is check, unfortunately, so h3 would have been a little better than this. We notice white continuing to play quickly. Now king f1, getting near the pawn. b5. It'd be very good for white to throw this in to tie the black king to this, so black doesn't get king e7. Oh, he still thinks he's got the black king tied up. Sure, fair enough. Now he can capture the d-pawn. Wow, and he's in range to still draw this game. And this is a good place to stop and use one of his 3 minutes. Or, 40 seconds, perhaps. Do you go here, let the king out? Or do you play, h4, king g2, and sit on the freeze that you have? Attack the pawn from the side as it comes down the board. Let me think. Rook b4, king d6, rook b7, rook b1, takes, b2. That comes pretty fast. Okay, h4, rook b1. Now you got to go king g2, I think. I guess there was a third option here, which is white could play king e3, trying to get closer to the pawn. Rook here, king here. Yeah, maybe that was the second option. Rook b4, b2, g5. Now the white king... Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to pay the king g2 tempo. So that makes sense. So now his opponent's under blitz pressure, and now rook check is really good. And we can see the value of the speed and the clock, right? As black's gonna have trouble coming up with a brilliant plan to win this endgame. King g2 is fine, but it'd be great to throw in rook b7. I guess rook b7, if black's clever, they can go king e8 and run across. It might not matter much. Let's see. f4, king f7. So maybe black's okay with the draw, but white could also play h5 now with this pawn defending here. Look for a kingside breakthrough. We'll see if he tries to actually push it, or if he's happy to move back and forth now. I mean, as long as he keeps his king on g2, he's pretty safe here. He's held this endgame down 2 pawns from a bad position, kind of with ease. He uses his time really well, actually. It was a slightly unsuccessful opening experiment, but throughout the game, solid, uses his time at different points, anticipates a fair amount of his opponent's moves. Yeah, now they're going to get out and save the game here. He's got to give some checks. Instead, he drops all his pawns and reacts. How? Still pretty calmly, but that was pretty bad. Now he should definitely be losing again, so we get to see how he defends once more. He played rook b5 very, very quickly here. Not really understanding that this was a double attack. If he'd seen it was a double attack, he can still hold the game with just rook b8, rook b7, rook b8, rook b7. So this would have been a great moment for him to use a little bit of that time he had. Instead, he played rook b5 immediately, and then has to use his time here when it's a moment too late. He definitely knew the tactic where if your king's on f2 and the pawn's on b2, where they can go rook h1 and then check you from h2. He definitely knew that because he tucked his king in the corner and he wanted to move it back and forth between g2 and h2. So he definitely knows some rook endgames.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So let's talk a little bit about the game. I basically want to confirm some things that I was guessing during the game, right? We'll start from the opening. So, actually, before we get into the game, did you feel nervous at all that your game is on stream, or no problem?
It was no problem.
No problem. You didn't think too much about I'm watching you or somebody on stream is watching you just play?
No, it's fine.
Okay, great. Okay, so then in the opening, when you played a4, have you had that position before?
A4. No, never.
At move 5, no?
No, I was thinking it's like the cow opening. So usually I go A4, A5.
In which opening do you do that?
Versus the cow opening.
Cow?
Like, yeah, when you put the knights on the side like that. Yeah. So you can put both knights like that. So it was against the knight, yeah. But but it's more like a reverse Sicilian actually. So I shouldn't go A4. Maybe it's better to go something else.
A4 might be fine. I was just curious what your experience was with it. So you were applying an idea from a different opening to this position, yeah? To sort of push at the knights with your pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. So you hadn't had this position before?
No, I hadn't have it. Yeah, it's like a Caro-Kann. Yeah, similar to a Caro-Kann.
Okay, but you do play the English with white sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Is that your main opening these days, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can play, D4 and E4.
Great.
And knight F3 I played, but I don't know the theory.
Okay, so then my next question would be, let's go to about move 11, when your opponent has just castled.
Yeah.
How did you feel about your position at this point? Like, did you think you're doing super well, pretty well, okay, slightly bad, really bad? Like, do you have any feeling for how it's going?
I felt my bishop was pretty strong and his bishop was pretty bad. But maybe I can win a pawn on c6 if I put a major piece on the c file.
That you could pressure the c6 square. Yeah, like a reverse Sicilian, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were happy with the position you had at that out of the opening here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we'll go ahead 2 more moves. So we go to.
But I was wondering about d3, if I should play d4 again. But yeah, it's a different story. So maybe it's a bit passive. Yeah. Yeah, this d3 is a bit passive. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so which moves should I go to now?
So now I'd go to move 13, you castle, and your opponent plays bishop e6. And now you had a little bit of a think. And I think you wanted to pressure your opponent on the c file. That would be your favorite thing to do if possible here.
Yeah, and I forgot about the a pawn that it's hanging.
Okay, so when you were picking the move, you didn't think about leaving the a pawn behind.
Yeah, so I forgot. I'm not used to. I should have more experience with the knight on b6 as an English player, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I thought another option for you would have put the other rook on c1.
Yeah.
To keep the a pawn defended, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you sacrificed the pawn on purpose or by accident, because you have a very calm expression when you play the game. We can't see you're happy or sad or surprised or anything like that during the game. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so then my next question to you is just overall for like the next long phase of the game. You were down a pawn for a while, right? Um,
Around here, yeah.
yeah, for mm, maybe 15 or 20 moves, you're down a pawn, I think, right after
Mm.
they take on a4. So
Yeah. So yeah, I was trying to build something on the center and make use of his bad knight on
mhm,
a4. So
yeah. So my overall question about that whole phase where you played perfectly well is how much does it bother you to be down a pawn? Like, do you feel like it's no big deal, or there's a lot of pressure on you to come up with something, or you're just playing normally?
yeah, usually I'm calm if I'm down a pawn because I play the marshal a lot. So
Okay. If you were
but
down, if you were down a piece, would you feel desperation,
yeah,
or like you can still come back, or like you give up? Like how?
yeah. So I feel it depends on the time control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if it splits, then I carry on.
Mm-hmm.
If it's classical, then I can probably carry on. But if I lose a rook, then I can resign. Like if it's -5, +5,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, in classical.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you're comfortable playing down a pawn, and you
Mm.
played the martial attack as black, so you're also comfortable sacking a pawn on purpose, as well as like sometimes we lose a pawn in a game we're playing and we just carry on, right?
Yeah,
But you're also willing to sack the pawn on purpose sometimes.
yeah. If it's yeah,
Yeah.
if it's for a goal, yeah. So I'm very objective.
Great.
So I will just look, yeah, see the positive sides in the position. So that's why I don't react. Yeah. So I'm just looking at the positive sides,
Uh huh.
like yeah, what I can do from this position, being a pawn down,
Mm-hmm.
like which tactics applies
Yeah.
at that situation. Yeah.
I'm basically copy pasting into my profile a comment that somebody in chat made because uh, they did a very good evaluation here, and they said they noticed that you have a great intuition at evaluating the strengths of pieces and recognizing positional factors. It's like very clear that you're thinking about which piece is good where, which piece is not good, where's the potential to do something. I think you had a plan of playing b4, b5 at some point to try and open up scope for your bishop and rook. And your opponent had a bit of a defensive mind frame, like he was always thinking about your ideas and trying to stop them. Did you feel that during the
Mhm.
game, that that was kind of his attitude?
Um, yeah, a bit. Yeah. So I felt it was like, but I felt he know a lot about theory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I felt he played a yeah pretty good game
Oh yeah,
in
he
the
played
opening.
overall a good game, but he had a little priority towards stopping things you wanted to do.
Okay.
A lot of players think more about what they want to do, right?
Mhm.
And it's a little bit more rare players who think about what the opponent's trying to do and then they try to stop it. And he had opportunities to think about attacking things or pushing his passed pawn, but he thought, oh, I want to stop what white's doing. That was kind of like an attitude I saw several times from your opponent.
Mhm.
um, okay, and then I see also, and I'm going to make a note of this as well, that uh, you have very good time usage. Yeah. There's just one moment in the game where you could have used a little bit more of your time, very much towards the end, and I think it's the only thing that I would say was a mistake for you in this game. So it was at
Okay.
move 45. You've played king h2, your opponent plays rook f1, and then you traded the b2 and the f4 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
S-
King B2. Okay.
yeah.
Oh
So
yeah.
so you played rook takes b2, rook takes f4. That's move 45. And now you'll see that I think you had about 2 minutes against 20 seconds, and here you played the move rook b5 very, very quickly. And this would have been a good moment to use some of your 2 minutes and recognize that the rook on f4 is threatening a couple of your pawns.
Mhm.
And if you use some time on this position, then I think you can find that white saves the game with rook b8, rook b7, rook b8, rook b7.
Uh-huh. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this ending so much.
Yeah. But it's the one moment where I feel like you played too quickly on a move. Was that move there?
Okay.
Right? Like, we can't, as I said earlier, we can't play perfectly. We can't check every move against what the computer would play, right? Like, some of the moves, sometimes you have to play a little bit faster in this kind of time control and play like the practical move, right? And then sometimes it helps you to have more time later, etc. And this was one moment where you could have used some of the time advantage you'd built, and if you stopped there, I think you would find rook b8, rook b7, because there's no way to defend the pawns otherwise.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, like, the time usage was really good. You ended up using almost all your time, or you did end up using all your time, and you didn't use it too soon or too late, so it was good, except that one move. Okay, so now we'll play one more game, and for this game, I'll challenge you to a game.
Yep.
And then just to make it even, I will sacrifice one piece at the beginning of the game. Okay, so that way we won't know for sure if you're going to win or lose, and it'll be like a real equal game. And I don't know if you have any experience playing with odds, but it's a perfectly normal, good thing to do. You know, it's
Yeah, so I coach kids, so I do a lot of odds.
So you play a lot of odds with the kids. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like a disrespect or anything. It just allows us to have a good game. And I've been playing some odds games against computers lately. So I'm trying to learn how to beat 3,000 rated computers, but with an extra piece. It's very hard. Very hard. But it's a good exercise. Makes the games more interesting. Because I'd basically stopped playing against computers for a while because they were so good. If I lose every game, I can't tell when I played better or worse. You know, it's just too big a difference. But now, if I give myself a handicap, I can actually tell which games I played better or worse. And suddenly I can train with a much better player than I normally do.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
So I'll challenge you to a game, and then I'll just make a sacrifice, and then we'll play super seriously.
Oh, my opponent gained 200 rating.
Oh, wow. He did.
One game.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a challenge. I'm going to do...
Maybe he's a bullet specialist. Yeah. He plays a lot of 2+1.
No, wait, sorry. It made it a blitz game. I'll cancel that and I'll try again.
Great.
Why won't it let me? I typed in the whole time control I wanted, and it's still changed it. Okay, 10 minutes, 2 seconds. For that time
my
control.
local club, I beat the classical master in a blitz game. Well, no, not the classical, the blitz master. I drew him. Oh yeah, so it was in the opening. Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Now I get to feel his time management. Personally, his priorities and everything. I want my dark square bishop good. I want to block that file. Rook e1's not amazing, but he likes to play this kind of style, martial attack style. So the rook e1 at least makes it a little harder for him to play d5. And I'm not going to play a c3 move. Well, maybe I will. That's a little annoying. Yeah, against that bishop, I'll have to play c3. I was planning to play, you know, b3 to block the file. Bishop b2, get well developed. But now I'm going to have to fight this guy. Okay, call move, getting out of the way of knight e5. All right, let's try to make it very complicated since he seems to be pretty good at strategy. He's going to play the solid move. I'm going to stop bishop g4. h6, so he was worried about bishop g5. Yeah, I might have done it. a4, a5 doesn't help me much. Yeah, it's a Rui without the wandering bishop, huh? Knight e7. He's quick. Okay, I'm going to win that pawn. Maybe a little careless with his pawns. I have to play faster to put some pressure on him. You can't put pressure on him on the clock, can you? That's good news for our team. If someone tries to play faster than him, it's not really going to work great for them. You have to find some better moves than him. And it's going to be hard to do it positionally. You have to watch for little slips. Does he want his king on e8 or c7? I kind of want to play a4, but he'll just play a5, and I still don't get anything out of that. I could go knight d6 as well. He has bishop e6, and it doesn't do anything. So I'm investing time to try and come up with something that he won't have reckoned with properly. Not easy. I could take it easy. I could just play f3, hold on to the pawn I have, and see if he'll make any other mistakes. Or I can go rook d1, king c7, b4. Actually, my instinct this whole time I was just looking at ideas with, like, you know, rook d1, b4. and throwing in a4, a5, or playing rook d1 first, or playing b4 before rook d1. And this is not what I looked at very much. That doesn't do anything for me. I thought about that before. Stupid David. This bishop's committed. Wait, I used my time. Okay, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So, so in that game, I was able to put some more pressure earlier on, and so because I noticed that you play reasonably quickly, I adapted my strategy against you to try and come up with something, devious or difficult where you might need to adapt and spend more time to figure out what I was doing, right? So I think that, I think that basically it's hard. It's going to be hard for your opponents to get an advantage against you or to find like big holes. I don't think we are really going to be looking at changing very much at all in how you play. Yeah, I think we're mostly just going to do a lot of practice from what I can see.
Okay.
And yeah, maybe we could pick what openings you're going to play for this tournament, because right now you've got you play a variety of openings and you've got some comfort level with them. Maybe we can pick some openings and have you practice them a little more often, so you're just even a little more comfortable in those specific openings. Or by comfortable, I mean just like a little extra experience, right? Where you can play at the speed you're playing, and still have like great positions in the opening. Obviously, because you play just a tad bit quickly, which is, I mean, basically a good thing for this time control. But because you play a tad bit quickly, I could imagine sometimes getting a bad position in the opening. And so our antidote to that is, if we can get you just a little bit more comfortable with a smaller range of openings. I'm still just thinking out loud. I might change my mind later today, but this is my first thought. If we get just very comfortable with a certain set of openings, then you'll likely be able to play at that pace and get good positions out of the opening. So that'll put a lot of pressure on your opponents, basically, that you're able to play quickly and have a good position. That's kind of the nightmare for them, right? Because if they play fast, they might self-destruct, and if they play slow, then they'll just be so far behind on time, right? So I think we can maybe just try to aim our practice at being comfortable with a certain set of openings. That's the first thing that makes sense to me. Let me take a couple notes here.
Yeah, I got the same feedback from another, like a person, that was coaching for free, that I should be more comfortable in the opening because,
Long term, it's a really big strength that you've practiced different openings. Long term, it's a big strength, and it's part of your general ability to look at different boards and recognize which pieces are well placed and which aren't. And the fact that you're comfortable playing positionally or playing like a gambit or down a pawn. Most players at your level are not comfortable playing kind of like whatever position comes up. You seem to be willing to just, if it's a position where I should sack a pawn, I'll sack a pawn. If it's a position where I should defend, I'll defend. If I should trade into an endgame, I'll play an endgame. You seem very willing to play whatever the position gives you. But a lot of people at your level are still going to have a strong preference. Like they really want an endgame, or they really want an attack, or they can't defend, and they'll do anything to avoid a position where they have to defend. Part of the reason you have that generality or willingness to play different types of positions is because you have the experience that you got from playing lots of different openings. That's very, very good long term. But if we're just talking one short-term result, the best we'll get is playing a very narrow repertoire for a few weeks and then repeating that in the tournament. Doesn't matter if people try to prepare for you so much. We'll just have you be more comfortable than them in the opening. And maybe at the end of the time, I'll just give you, from me, like one or two little move order suggestions or ideas so people can't like get exactly what they've seen if they look at your games. So basically, you'll have all this experience playing a certain type of position. Let's say like an English position, for example, like you had last game. You can have experience playing that position. And then like right at the end, I'll tell you, put your pawn on A3 instead of A4 or something like that. Just one little thing. You'll still be able to play the position because you'll be totally familiar with it. And then somebody who's specifically prepared for you, they won't be able to play moves that they've memorized. And they'll just be stuck with the fact that you're comfortable with the position. So that's going to be our strategy to allow you to play an opening that's basically going to be predictable, except they won't be able to play it as well as you. There will be just a wrinkle at the end. Or if you want to, you could make a second account and play on an account that nobody will see. That's
you could do both.
Yeah, that's up to you. But I think that's going to be the idea. So I think the next thing we could maybe there's two things we could do now. You could play some more games, and I could just sort of watch you in action a little bit more, and we can discuss them. Or we could just talk about what openings you feel like you might prefer to make your main opening for this month.
Okay. So my plan was to do the English and then Queen Gambit accepted and E5 Marshall.
Sorry. Repeat that.
So English and Queen's Gambit accepted and Marshall Italian E5.
Okay. Great. And so the other thing is, if you play the English, let's say you play C4 on move 1, and your opponent plays stuff like E6 or C6, are you going to play the white side of a Queen's Gambit, or are you going to not play D4?
Yeah, so if they play E3, I play E6. So I have a special, and against London, I have a line I never changed because it was so good.
Okay.
So
sorry.
I always play the same.
Let me repeat the question. You play 1 C4. And then let's say your opponent plays a move like E6. So they want to play D5 next move.
Yeah, then I play. Yeah, so I try to play g3 if they don't play knight c6
Okay.
or bishop not to.
So you won't quickly play d4 and transpose to a queen's gambit. You'll try to still play like c4, g3, knight f3, bishop g2
Yeah, so I try to be flexible with
with the d pawn.
the d and e pawn.
Okay. So basically that's the reti opening is what we would be working with there.
Yeah, but sometimes I try to move the g1 knight late,
Uh-huh.
like against symmetrical English.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, I play more on the queen side. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to say
But
English.
I can try the, but I can do the reti if you think it's.
No, I'm
Then
just trying to understand if you would prefer to
Yeah, the nice
transpose
thing
to a
with
queen's
reti.
gambit declined if your opponent's trying to play like e6, knight f6, d5.
Okay, yeah, so I like the Catalan a lot.
Then you'd like a Catalan. Okay.
Yeah, I like neo Catalan. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, I had good results with it, so that's why I like it because I.
That makes sense. Shankland has a course, right, about Catalan and I think also Neo-Catalan. Is that something that you've...
Yeah, so I have a course on Chessable, yeah, but
Okay.
I don't have to, like on the stream, I don't have to tell exactly which one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, but so
Or
you've seen this on Chessable, this...
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, very good. I think we have your opponent in the chat who says, thanks for the game. The early a4 took me by surprise, and I was uncomfortable in the opening. So, makes sense.
Okay. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that was your first opponent.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so I understand that preferred repertoire makes sense. I will look into it and confirm it. Shall we play a couple more games now against just people out in the pool?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
So, do you want to play? Should I play 3+2 or?
Yeah, why don't you play one 3+2 game, and then
Okay.
we'll see.
Let's. Okay. And then rate it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this is the first opening he proposes playing as black. Let's see how comfortable he is with it. He goes and defends the pawn. I imagine he'll be pretty good at blitz, even though his blitz rating is lower than his rapid rating. It's probably because he plays less blitz than rapid. Because he's got very, very good practicality. Okay, so now he could have gone for something like bishop g4, but e6 looks good. He's comfortable with this kind of structure. Now he's threatening the bishop on f4 and maybe bishop to b4. The opening's going fine for him. And he's got tons of time. He was ready for that. Now. He's basically up a pawn, and then he just gives away the pawn, and he reacts a little. Finally. First reaction. Okay, now how to handle this. He went from being very good to a bit bad, right, by losing the pawn, but we'll see how he handles things. Is he going to try and develop his bishop or try to play b5? Develop a piece. Good. Much better. Very good. He's not trying to do things that are too weird, too fancy, too crazy. He's always developing his pieces. Now he could play something like Queen D7 or Queen G5 if he were a maximalist. I imagine he recognizes that the bishop trade is good. Some people, your opponent offers a trade and you're like, oh, they want a trade, let me back away. But Morton understands white's bishop is slightly better than black, so he's not going to back off. But he does play a maximalist move there. Gets his queen to a great square, so that's really nice to see. Okay, it looks like he's going to try and expand his pawn majority if he can on the queen side. A solid plan. White wants to prevent it. He lashes out quickly. Look at his time. 2 minutes 20. Yeah, he knows what he wants. Captures probably in the right way here. Even though it leaves the A pawn backward, it emphasizes his rook on the open file. It would be handy if he had to move h6 in this position. Before he played b5, I might have thrown in this innocent looking little move, but okay, white goes in with the rook. So now he's probably going to have to trade that rook before things get even worse, right? Then however white takes back, there will be some complications and some counterplay. But yeah, he's right. Use a little bit of his time here. Both of them play pretty quickly. Man, white's really good too. This is the level that's 1500 nowadays. This is the level that passes as 1500. These guys are super good. Jeez. H6. Incredible. Incredible. Yeah, white loads up. We're in a very tough spot here. Yeah, everybody got better, and then everybody got better again. You know what I mean? It's like they're even better than when I adjusted to how much better they were. Okay, makes the trade. And blockades that pawn. Okay, fair enough. Now let's just see how he does on defense, right? It's positional defense, mild defense, right? Can he find some kind of counterplay, or can he sit passively when he has to? We'll see. His rook could go to d8 behind the pawn, a8 defending the other pawn, or e6 defending the other pawn. First he goes to d8 looking for d4. And now maybe he could sit with something like queen e6, queen c6, or something. We'll see. Yeah. Just hanging in there is good. Just hanging in there is good. This is one of the first times I've seen someone get ahead of him on the clock. This is the first time. Looks at maybe centralizing the king. I think he's not aware of this queen's connection to h8. I think that's a little beyond his sort of speedy version of tactical vision. And here he's kind of cruising in for a bruising with his king, right? White again has very strong e6. And if you take queen g7 kind of ideas. He comes up and blockades. That king does. In the old days they would say like a man. The king coming in blockading for himself, but it could be a monarch of any gender. Now he wants to play a5 because he feels the danger coming towards this king. Oh my god, the king comes out. That was brave. Holy moly, that was brave. Too brave, perhaps. He does have a moment where he could throw in rook e8. Rook g8, I mean. Let's see how white reacts to that. 20 seconds to go. Not a lot. He's got to play rook g8, in fact, and he finds it. Beautiful. Focus is great. Speed is there. King escapes. And because of rook g8, he's not mated. Haha. Now we get to see him live on the 2-second increment. White looks for rook f7. He stops it very quickly. Oh yeah, this is fun. He can block with his rook. That king is surviving that journey to f5. Incredible. And he's got his eye on queen g6. That's a huge move. With that move, he's going to win the game. Here he comes to win the game. Ooh, he let white out a check for a move. That was very brave. Not bad, though. Oh, no, not the queen trade. Oh, you could have mated this guy. Oh, no. He doesn't have that finish it reflex. Goes for a simpler endgame here. b4 would be good. Rook c3 to c6. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't have that instinct to sort of checkmate his opponent at the key moment there. b3. Yeah, he unlocked your criminal. He unlocked your criminal. Send the criminal in. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he locked the criminal back up. Uh-oh. Good move. He stopped and used his time. Look at that. Go, go, pawny pawn. You can just walk away from it. Yeah. Just walks away. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ho ho! Is he trying to pre-move this thing? Oh no, he's just trying to get to some pattern that he is familiar with. Okay. Well, he's very fast at this part. Righto. Murderous. Nice stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can play quite quickly. You've played some blitz games before.
Yeah. Yeah, so I played different time controls also. So I know like the strength of the players between the time pools. So I know the weaknesses.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Between 3+2 and 3+0 and 5+0. So they are different.
Yeah.
The weaknesses.
Yeah. Cool. And do you also play classical chess at your club sometimes?
Yeah, so I have a lot of games to analyze because I played a tournament, weekend tournament.
Okay. And you enjoy all different time controls?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. It's just fun. All right. That was great. Your king was so brave. He went all the way to f5 and lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Be brave with the king. Yeah.
Okay. The key move of the game was when you played rook g8 check.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, without that move, your king wouldn't have survived. But throwing in that move before taking the pawn on e6, and then you took over the game. That was the key moment of the game.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that did it. And then also that you saw the idea of queen g6 quickly to bring the queen and rook together and counterattack. That was very... That you saw that so quickly was a lot of pressure for the opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can't remember exactly where, but yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a moment where you go from getting checked to like getting your pieces after his king, and you know, I'm sure you could feel the game turning as that happened. Cool. All right, I've got another student in 20 minutes, so I think we have time to play one more 10+2, and then I'll go over my notes tonight. We'll meet again tomorrow at the same time if that's good for you.
Yep.
And let's see what else. Yeah, that'll give me some time to maybe think a little bit more about the openings or any difference I want to make in the plan. But I'm typing up my notes, and then I'll just reflect on things for 24 hours, and we'll meet again tomorrow.
Okay, great. Yeah.
All right, so one more game, 10+2. You can put out an open seek, and if there's anybody in chat who wants to go up against Gothenburg chess. Gothenburges.
Yeah, so it's like Gotham chess, but with Gothenburg.
But from Gothenburg, yeah. So if you want to go up against Gothenburges, and you are between, let's say, 1580 and 2000, 1580 to 2000 in rapid chess, you're welcome to send him a challenge. We're going to get one more 10+2 game in here today.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm searching now. I think it's rated.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be fun to beat someone on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, that was great. I got a message from the player in South Africa. So mornings are also going to be good for him. So we'll have to divide the time a little bit, but I'll see what I can with him. Also, I'll be able to start at 9 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock most other days this week. So we should have time for at least an hour and a half each.
Yeah, so my schedule next week will change totally.
Yeah.
But we can talk about it.
Yeah. So we'll get in what we can now, and we'll have a plan, and we'll make the most of the time we have.
Yeah, so I'm searching for rating range 1580, 1980.
Perfect. Anybody in chat meet the criteria? Want a game?
I could do 10+0.
No. We'll stick with 10+2. Very important.
Yeah.
We'll get a game soon enough. Help us out, chat. Help us out. 10+2.
Yeah, so I guess... Yeah, I don't know the rating range of the listeners.
There will be somebody in that range. We've got Luke saying that they've sent you a challenge.
So I stopped the searching. Maybe incoming is... I need to change my settings.
Oh, okay. To allow incomings?
Okay, so gameplay. Challenges. Allow challenge everyone. Incoming. Okay, -400 + 400.
Sounds good.
We can do that. So incoming is pretty like anyone.
Sure.
Like pretty wide. So it's from 1380 to 2180. Rapid. Yes, maybe they have the wrong name. Or...
Okay, I'll send them a link again to. Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Here, folks, is Morton's chess.com profile if you want to send him a challenge. And yeah.
Oh, there's an incoming. Oh, okay, now I got one. Okay.
Excellent. Let's go to watch.
I don't know the ratings, so.
Okay.
What it is. Will be a surprise.
Okay. Perfect. We're in the range. I'm going to mute so I can explain things to chat and just enjoy your game. All right. Into the zone we are. Getting the English versus the Dutch. Let's see how he feels about this first challenge here of that D pawn. Does he want to trade, defend, or not worry about D takes C4? His opponent's playing a stonewall. Normally stonewall players are kind of systematic in their thinking and don't really take on C4. But he defends it anyway. Then we get some castling, some development, and yeah, from this position, if I were white, I would want to play D3 and E4 as my plan. Like, that would be 100% the plan for me here. See what he thinks. So black's going to bring the queen over on the king side. Looks like he might be thinking about an E4 plan. Of course, with two black pawns here, you absolutely need D3 more than you need rook E1. Keeping up the pace again. Yeah, so I think the best thing we can do is probably the very first plan I had in terms of like the coaching program for the month. If he's going to want to play this quickly, we just need a few more ideas at his fingertips in the openings he's going to be playing a lot, so that he can play at this pace, but always be posing good questions to his opponents. Okay, now his opponent tries to do something vicious. And this is the key move where it made a big difference whether or not he played D3 last move, because had he played D3, when black plays E5, he can just play E4 in response, right? And the whole center explodes, right? And his opponent will have played E6 and then E5 in two moves, plus they're playing black, plus this move on the queen, which doesn't super speed up development. So you see with these pieces like this, white's going to come out well with E4. But with his rook E1, E5, now by the time he plays D3, his opponent has the option to play E4, and does. And now, he wishes his rook were back on F1 because there could be counterplay. If he never plays E4, the rook E1 move is going to be a wasted move, right? Like a lost move. So, black now has a very pleasant opening. They can try to catch up on development, and they've got a decent center. But we'll see how the players play it. Black could go super aggressive, knight G4, rook F1, queen H5. Should that be good for black already? Probably not, but it's possible. White hasn't committed egregious sins, but the white pieces are kind of largely developed off this way, right? So you could consider knight g4. If I were playing speed chess, I'd be wanting to finish developing my pieces, like if it were a blitz game. In a rapid game, would I maybe spend some time on just concretely calculating this kind of stuff? Maybe. You could even look at a move like e3, right? Trying to crack that square. His opponent plays bishop e5, which to my mind is a little bit the worst of both worlds. It's not developing things, and it's not posing immediate threats to white on the king side. So he plays e3, which supports this square, stops that breakthrough. a6, no. But yeah, he's playing very fast, right? He played 14 moves in under a minute. You know, but does he necessarily have like a plan of where he's trying to take the game? I don't know. F4. His position might be better because black's development isn't very good, right? They played queen d7. So he plays a move, a fighting move. That would be an indication, Baymon, that he somewhat likes his position. A fighting move like that. He probably should like his position. I think he's doing fine. He definitely puts a lot of pressure on his opponents. So I think he'll enjoy if we can just get a little bit better at the opening. He can have his opponent sort of more scared sooner, you know what I mean? Just like a little more pressure from his position being good if we just improve his opening play just a tiny bit. I think that'll be fun. Nice. Beautiful position he has right now, right? The center opening up for the bishops and for these guys over here. The forgotten ones. What I was starting to see a little bit, or starting to wonder a little bit in the other game is, you know, does he have that killer instinct or vision where he goes for knockouts versus just wanting to convert technically? That's a question mark I have for him. Whoops, sorry. Thought I was in my notes. Does he have bishop h3 for white, Far Eastern? Oh, sorry, blib up. I think he maybe bishop h3 for white somehow here. Oh, because the queen's trying to defend the checkmate on g7. Maybe, but the queen would move over, right? Keep g7 defended. And then what are we doing? We absolutely don't want to go trade that bishop on c8 with our good bishop, right? The goal here for white should be to crack d5, using the fact that our rook can come out faster than the opponent's rook. Crack d5, maybe crack e4, right? So really just central kind of stuff. You could consider knight e5 as well, because the knight's a little bit floaty here. You get queen f7 from black. So here he could also play rook f1, looking to fight on this file. He could look at knight e5, but you know, queen f2 is going to be a little worrisome. And then he could play rook d1, trying to win the pawn here. Then there's bishop g4 from black. My instinct is rook f1 is going to be the very best move here. I like that he stopped and is thinking on this move. Okay, and he played one of my two favorite moves, rook f1 or rook d1. Opponent defends d5 like this, so now he's going to have to find some other way to up the pressure. Black noticed the soft spot and tried to defend it. But now when you go rook f1, knight d7, and black's pieces are coming out. So that's a tricky spot. And he played the more technical move rather than kill-oriented move here, right? There are two moves that look good with the rooks. And rook f1 is the move of someone who's trying to just kill the opponent, right? And rook d1 is like he wants to go cd, cd, queen d5, trade queens, win an endgame up a pawn, maybe. Even if the opponent couldn't defend it, which they can. Because as soon as you've played CD, Viral Stigma, black has access to knight c6, so that would be a reason to maybe keep tension. But yeah, I mean, if you see rook d1, bishop e6, and you have no follow-up in mind, then maybe rook d1 is not the best move, right? And you look for a different idea. So now we get rook f1, one move later. Black tries something funky here, which wasn't possible with the bishop on c8, right? So now let's see if he wants to go queen d3 or queen e5. Queen e5, knight c6 is, I don't know what. Yeah, so this is a mystery moment. But I think if you just drop back queen d3, that'll be a fine solution. Queen e5, knight c6, not so much. Okay, we got a queen trade. It would have been a little scary if black kept, you know, moving the queen and chasing the queen around, but Morton correctly figured out that the queen could escape through f4 to h4 and survive. So he escaped that. Now he's improved his pawn structure, and now we get to see him play out this endgame, which is, you know, playable for black, but nice time advantage for white. Black's first question is, can they snack this pawn, or do they just have to play a developing move? They go for d4, very risky move. Knight takes d4 is possible, but I see Morton played his move in like 1 second. He hardly thought about that, yeah. I mean, the game could still be long. It does make sense in a certain sense to save your time, right? But if you feel some tactical possibility, oh, interesting question from Starting Chess. Let me see. Starting Chess saying when c5 gets played, you want to trade the queen and then take here? Huh. Complex. Let's have a quick look. So at first you get 2 pawns for your piece. You can try and get more. Huh. Does the bishop have nowhere good to go? Well, I don't know if... Oh, after knight c6. Sorry. Queen e5, knight c6, and then take. Oh, yeah. Then you get your piece back immediately. That's a good idea, starting chess, yeah. Totally playable option and idea. Whoa, so black with low on time thought that white had hit them with some devastating tactic. And this is what I expect happens for Morton not infrequently, is like the pressure he's putting on his opponents is going to cause like freak out moments where they just do something. It looks like they're just blundering out of nowhere, but they're thinking like, oh no, he unveiled this and there's pressure against c6, right? And they don't think calmly, and they don't have a lot of time to think calmly. Black can play knight e5, bishop e4, knight back to c6, and they're okay, right? But his opponent freaks out a little bit, and now he's got an extra piece to work with. Here he should be thinking of fixing this bishop. Bishop a3, bishop c1. He should have that instinct. I mean, in the sense that it would be really nice to have it. Bishop d5 is also like a super good move here. Okay, he looks to fix that piece. Good to see. Unfortunately, he's giving a whole pawn here. Idea to come here. He's also defending the a pawn from bishop takes pawn. Black retreats the bishop, looking to get this stuff rolling. Yeah, not bad. Now I like to move bishop a3. Rook h2 played quickly. That doesn't do anything. It's an endgame, not a middle game. Traps the king for some kind of back rank hate. For sure, starting chess. This is still scary. I would think that at this level, with 1 minute left against 3, that the result is still a toss-up. But I don't know. Honestly, even in a classical game, I wouldn't know if I was winning as white. With like certainty. So from that, it's got to be confusing or toss-up at a non-master level, I would think. Okay, deep thought. And the plan is rook f2. Keeping the king in that little box. Perhaps planning to play rook f6 at some point. e8 played in advance. Black knew what was coming. Now, white could play bishop c6 to kick that rook around, or rook f6 first, preparing it. I think he knows the position's tricky, so he's putting real effort in here. Both look winning to me with proper calculation. I like that he's spending his time on these moves. Now let's see if he's got the rook f6 follow-up here. That would be some heavy, that would be some good calculation skill. I feel like there's some smelling of blood here this game. Yes! Oh, yes! Woo! Okay, so Morton is perfectly capable of killing somebody if the situation requires. D3, C3 looks dangerous, but he's going to be able to checkmate faster than black and queen. Bishop F7. And quickly, the pressure, huge. Boom. Okay.
Yeah.
So you do have a little bit of killer instinct. You really stopped and calculated there.
Yeah, it's good you reminded me. So I was thinking about it during the game. Yeah.
I reminded you somehow?
Yeah, you told me, you gave me feedback about it. Yeah. So I was thinking about it
Oh, okay.
during the game. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there was a moment there where it was like complicated, and you know, people in chat were discussing, like, they were saying like, well, white is up a piece, but those two passed pawns look scary. Like if I were playing the game, I wouldn't really know what's going on. And then you just calculated a couple minutes and found this winning idea with the rook breaking through at f6 and all that. That was really the right time to calculate.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me give you one small assignment for tomorrow that I've thought of, which is pick a game that you really like that you've played, just to show me, to give me a sense of like what kind of a game makes you the happiest. You know what I mean? Like you feel good after you play it. So just pick a game that you can bring and show me tomorrow. And I'm going to run and meet up with the next fellow.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, I already know the game. Okay, so see you tomorrow.
Perfect. See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, folks. So give me a second. I'm going to try and call up my other student here for a moment. Okay, so ringing up the next student, who is from the 12 to 1600 group. Yeah, that's right, 17. Each student is in a different rating bracket, so I can't have them like work together as a team in the same way as we could in Ultimate Sensei, but that's where I'm going to bring in folks from the dojo to make it into a team. And it does give a better representation of someone's overall coaching skills if they can coach, players between beginner and expert, a wide range of skill levels. So it does have an advantage in that sense, right? That it really gets at coaching in a nice way there. But yeah, we're going to be leaning on the dojo to give these people some good sparring opponents, right? We're going to imitate full on the tournaments that they're going to see next month. We're going to have them play round robins against 7 dojoers. Hello, Dabo. How goes it? Maybe I'll grab some water while waiting for my student. Oh, except that I shouldn't walk. I'll just walk a couple steps. Be right back. You've been playing too much Blitz? I haven't been playing enough Blitz. They want to record the follow-up podcast on blitzing, and I haven't yet taken a real crack at 2600. And Coast is already 2800. I'm going to have to play Blitz like a madman today or tomorrow, except I'm coaching like a madman. I'm trying to get in like 8 hours of chess lessons in a day and stream 7 hours of the Grand Swiss today. Where am I supposed to play my too much Blitz, Dabo? How do you fit it in? What do you do? Today, I think I'm only teaching 6 hours of chess lessons. But tomorrow, hopefully, I'll get in a full 8. All right, hang on for a second as I meet my student.
Great to see you too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've played several practice games with him. Yeah.
For
Uh,
oh, that's silly. Okay. Anyway, chat. I was just introducing myself to Francisco in a little bit, saying hi to them, because we're just going on our first lesson together here. We were just saying Francisco's already played against Morton, who you just saw, because despite being the 12 to 1600 group, Francisco's already crossed 1600. So actually, Francisco is good enough to give a good game to anybody in the 1600 to 2000 group already. Francisco sent me some good information, some of their games, and I was explaining why I haven't played over their games yet, which was basically that I was gone for a long time. As you all know, you guys noticed that I didn't do the Grand Swiss broadcast for 3 days. I was out among the trees. No internet, no nothing. Very, very nice. Covered in dirt. Do you like being outdoors?
well, these days I have been at least walking outside a little bit because actually my vitamin D was pretty low.
Okay.
But yeah, in general, I'm very much an indoors person. But I have been enjoying it, to be honest.
Good. Yeah, our vitamin D got really low. We spent a year in northern France, and we didn't realize like what a difference it would make that there was no sun. Like they just have clouds, and their winter was something like 7 or 8 months. I'm used to like winter here is like a few days maybe in California. So we had no idea, and suddenly like our kids were all sickly and weak, and we're like, what's going on? And then we were told, oh yeah, people here take vitamin D because they don't get it otherwise. Anyway, so here's what I think I already know about you, Francisco. You are very passionate about chess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you care about it a lot.
Yeah, that day.
And you probably jump around between being really excited and like in a positive way and really excited in a negative way. Like sometimes you love it, sometimes you hate it, sometimes you're like I'm great, sometimes you're like I'm terrible,
exactly.
right? And it's back and forth. Yeah, that's great. I can work with that, no problem. And
all right.
yeah, I'm very, very happy to have you on my team.
Me too.
If I had first,
I mean, me too, to be on your team.
I'll tell you a secret that will immediately not be a secret. If I had first pick in your group, I was going to pick you. So
Awesome.
So I got
I had a fear that actually solves one question I wanted to. I wanted to ask you, but I wasn't going to ask you. But
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to ask you because the other day I was watching your stream for the Grand Swiss, and I heard you say that. I heard you say, I got the first pick with first choice with a third pick in one of the groups,
Yeah.
and then I was like, was that me? Because I mean, I was the third pick, and
Yeah.
then I checked and I noticed that there were two third picks. For
I
me.
had-
so
I
I
had
was
two
like,
third
okay, was
picks.
that me or was that the other guy?
Yeah. And yeah, overall the other coaches were very well prepared for the draft. They picked like very, very well. It was hard to get any advantage there. There are at least two teams that are as good as our team. And you know, like in the other group, for example, I got my third pick with my third pick. So the other coaches, like with their first two picks, they took my first two potential picks. You know, so I think they were like really on top of things. So, but I think, you know, I know you said some negative things about yourself. You probably also have days where you say good things about yourself. I think I'm lucky to have you on the team. The next
That's
order
great.
of business.
Thank you.
Is,
Yeah, tell me.
The next order of business is I want to make you an
go
offer.
ahead.
Yeah, I want to make you an offer. The offer is this. I think that in 3.5, 4 weeks, Like, we can't improve very much at chess. And so what I would like to offer you is that if it's okay with you, we could just prepare for the tournament, win the competition. I won't coach you like long term on how to get better and improve. I'll just get you ready for the tournament. And then after we win the tournament, I'll coach you for 1 more month where I'll tell you how to get better long term.
Wow, that would be awesome.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Because like right now, if I try and teach
the
you,
only thing,
if I try and teach you a whole bunch of stuff in 1 month, it'll just be confusing, basically.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, I don't know, like, I hope I can live up to your expectations, because I mean, you have pretty high expectations of me. I really hope that they don't go like 07 or something, you know.
Yeah. But, it would be.
But let's see. I mean,
it would be surprising, but I won't hold it against you. I know you have 07 days and 70 days. I know it's part of the package.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I mean, honestly, I don't feel like I'm the strongest in the group, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think the first 2 guys that picked before you, maybe they made better choices. I'm not sure. Like, I mean, if the goal is to win, like, I don't know, you know, Segayeta, this guy from Chile, like, I've played a couple of games against him. I played a very, very long time ago.
Yeah.
When he was like hundreds of rating points below where he is now.
Yeah.
And my first thought about him was this guy is smurfing. Like, I mean, because the account was pretty new, you know.
Yeah.
And when I played against him, I was like, this guy has to be smurfing. I mean, there's no way he's so good. I mean, I beat him, but he was like it wasn't easy at all for the and you know, when you're playing someone hundreds of rating points lower, you're expecting them to hang something very easy to see and, you know, just destroy them right away. But it wasn't the case. So and he has improved a lot since then. Like, I mean, and someone was telling me that he's like you know, all night like playing bullet chess and stuff like that. Like, I mean, it's So that one I'm pretty scared about, to be honest. And then there's this other pick. The first pick in my group was Artur Snikshan's picked Drama Queen, who has a bullet rating of 2000. I don't know if they are like sandbagging in rapid or they are just that good in bullet, but someone who's that good in bullet, to be honest, even though it's not like the skills are completely transferable, but I mean, it does scare me, to be honest.
Neither of them was a bad pick. I think the 3 of you are very close, so neither of those picks was a bad pick by them. And the 1900 2000 in bullet is like an incredible level for sure. I mean, the bullet is a different skill. She is that good in bullet, and she is not that good in rapid, as in bullet, right? So, you know, they're different skills. Obviously, it points to, you know, some kind of skills which can be transferable. It means she's got a lot of experience. It means she probably doesn't get too emotional about one game because she is used to playing, you know, 30 games in an hour or maybe 50 games in an hour. So you don't get too caught up in one. So there will be strengths and there will also be weaknesses, right? There will be times where she just like plays too fast. And so, you know, I'll have profiles of all your opponents for you to give you any little boost that can give you when we get to the tournament.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So the deal is we'll just prepare for this tournament. Like, if we wanted to try to improve in general at chess, we'd probably pick one area to try and work on, and, you know, maybe even 2 or 3 because you're spending so much time on it. But normally in a month, I would say 50 points of improvement would be quite a lot. And I think better than that is just getting you in the right frame of mind and habit to play the tournament. So my basic plan for you is going to be similar to the plan I gave Morton. Were you watching the lesson with Morton just now?
I watched the ending.
You saw part of it?
I didn't watch the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw part of it.
So the basic plan is going to be relatively simple. We're going to do some tactics. We're going to play some 10+2. We're going to occasionally play 3+2 just so that if you need to, you can be a little bit faster. Just like, let's say something happens, you get surprised by something in the opening, or, you know, you have a plan to save a few minutes for the end game, but for some reason you can't. We'll just occasionally play a 3+2. We'll mostly play 10+2. We'll do some tactics, and before the tournament, we'll rest a little bit. finally, one element of what we're going to do is we're going to organize some tournaments where you're going to play 7 10+2 games in a row against people from the chess dojo. So that we've copied like the exact format. Okay, so we'll try and put you like absolutely in that seat. We can try and put some pressure on you if you want for those tournaments, you know, so that, you know, just in case you have any feeling of pressure, we'll have already practiced being in that situation. And that's going to put us in really good shape. And then maybe I'll find one other thing to hone, but it might almost be boring. And then I promise you that next month I'll give you like real coaching.
All right. Sounds good.
Because I know my plan right now, it sounds like anyone could have told you that, and there's like no secret to it, right? But I'll give you some real coaching next month, and this month we'll just optimize for the tournament because I feel like winning it. And Morton said he wanted to win it, and it sounds like you're okay with winning it.
Wait, but is that offer about the extra month is still up even if I lose? Or if I lose, it's not up anymore? Yeah. Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. I mean, I will try my best to win for sure, but I mean, I would just want to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, man, you have my commitment 100%.
Okay, great. So what I was going to say is like, I'm going to see if I can find one big weakness of yours. If I can find one big weakness, we could try to fix it. But I'm not going to try to teach you in 3 weeks to like play rook endgames better, or like, you know, to switch from the queen's gambit to the king's gambit, or like, we're not going to do anything insane. We're not going to read 3 books about strategy and like discuss everything in them, right? Like, we're going to just kind of maximize what you already have in general in terms of skills. Okay. And so what we're going to do next is we're going to play 2 games. I will turn off my microphone during those games so that I can entertain people on the stream. But I want you to sort of like play it like it's a tournament game. So you just play very serious. You don't have to say your thoughts out loud. I'm going to try to read your mind while you play. Because, you know, I'll see in real time.
I mean, every now and then maybe I will say something anyway, but yeah.
If you want to, but would you say something if you were playing a tournament and you weren't on stream? If you were alone?
If I were playing a tournament, if I were not on stream, yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
Right. So just
take it. Sometimes I mumble stuff to myself.
That's fine. Yeah. Whatever you would do normally during the tournament, do that. Right. So whatever works for you for focus and whatever, play the game for real. And I'll try to read your mind. Sometimes when I watch somebody play in real time, or actually most of the time, if I watch someone play in real time, I can start guessing what they're thinking about, when they're stopping. You know, are they feeling, you know, nervous or excited, or like, are they watching this side of the board or that, right? So you just play. I'll watch. We'll stop between games, so I'll ask you a bunch of questions to see if I read what was going on correctly or not. For example, in the previous game, Morton lost a pawn in the opening. And then I was curious, like, during the game, was he worried about being down a pawn, or was he just chill about it, right? So I just wanted, you know, so I'll just have a couple questions about the game, but I'll ask them after. During the game, you don't need to worry about anything. I don't need to hear your thought process. I'll be guessing it, and then I'll ask you.
All right.
I'll ask you about the key questions. You want to play 10+2 against somebody within 200 rating points of you. So we're going to go to your account, which is Kiria. Over here, I'll type it in. All right, and so you can issue an open seek on chess.com for an opponent, and I will also let the people in chat know that they could play you if they want to. So folks in chat, we're looking for someone between 1400 and 1800 for this game. If any of you are available and willing to play a game here right now, here is Francisco's chess.com account, and you could send him a challenge. He's also going to put out an open challenge, and we'll just see where we can get a game. Okay. And when you get a game, just let me know, and then I'll click on it to watch it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right now.
So,
I'm just right here.
when you issue an open challenge here, when it's such a weird time. Oh, okay. I got the request.
Got a request?
16. Oh, it disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah, there was an invite, but it disappeared right away. So
Okay.
there was a. Okay, there again. Okay, there's another one. 1465 is okay, right?
Yeah.
And 200 points. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
So let's go.
All right.
So I'm in the game. I'm in the game now.
All right. We'll see what he's got here.
Yeah, French.
All right. So he started with E4. 3. A thank you to Baymone for hopping in here and giving us a game right away. Thank you, Baymone. Thank you for the offer. And Schnei, I guess Baymone got there first, but I appreciate you, of course.
Okay.
Okay, D for French. Great. So a slightly unusual line. We'll see how he responds to a small surprise.
I'm already out of book. A few moves in. Let's see what I should do. I mean, I'm thinking about knight of 3, maybe. Hey, bishop d3.
Yeah.
Knight of 3 sounds good. Even f4 should be fine, I guess. Well, f4, there's... Yeah, I mean, there's a queen check. That could be annoying. Let's go knight of 3, I guess. I mean, knight of 3 can't be a bad move. I don't know if it's a great move, but it can't be a bad one.
So I can't help but wondering if he spent more time on that move because he was trying to explain some stuff to me.
Makes some sense.
But like I could already guess, right, that he was mildly surprised and thinking what to do, that he was on his own on that move. So I didn't actually need him to tell it to me, right? But,
expected.
Okay, he saw this coming. That's good. Baymone's playing a little bit faster than him, a little bit more. When you spring the opening surprise on your opponent, usually that's going to give you a small time lead, 30 seconds or a minute or two, depending on how tough the surprise is for your opponent, right? So when Baymone was the first to play something that Francisco wasn't comfortable with this like D4, knight D7,
C3,
that meant that Baymone got a little jump on the clock there. Thanks, Enschnei. That's correct, Chess Arbitress. Yeah, I mute myself on the call while the student plays so that I can still make some comments so the stream's not boring. but yeah. And during the tournament also, I won't be talking to my students during their games.
Thinking more to develop the bishop, maybe bishop f4 is what I'm thinking, but I mean, bishop e3 I won't play right away because then he goes over here and then it's kind of, I mean, he goes knight to g4. I mean, potentially. And I don't know, it seems like although the knight on g4 doesn't seem particularly menacing, but it would mean moving the same piece a couple of times. So maybe bishop f4. Bishop f4, he can try to trade the bishops. At the same time, I don't know if I mind trading the bishops too much. Bishop g5 could also be an option, but I mean, again, he moves the knight, and then I'm suffering to trade the bishops immediately. But I have to play a move eventually. Oh, he can also kick the bishop over here, so what am I saying?
All kinds of, any of these moves is fine.
I know about playing h3. A lot of these pawn moves tend to be a little bit weakening, but yeah, I mean, I suppose I'll go bishop e3, I guess.
Okay, so that's to prepare bishop e3.
And so I'll take this g4 square away before.
So you didn't notice there was still.
I'm mentioning this because anyway, if I didn't measure my thought process at this moment, I wouldn't be like doing much anyway. Well, I could be thinking about the next move. That would be a good thing.
Yeah, I'm guessing most of what you're saying anyway, so you could. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, I'm
how
not
you
playing
want to concentrate.
like I'm not playing precisely like very, very complex chess, but yeah.
There, I popped on the sound for a second, Judith, just to let him know he doesn't have to keep talking. Because I'm pretty sure that him talking like that is slowing him down compared to how he normally plays.
He wants to get rid of the bishop naturally. Or, I don't know, strike with c5. Well, he could have done that in a moment. So now, well, my idea was bishop e3, so I guess for continuity purposes, I will just play this. Don't see anything wrong with it, really.
Yeah.
Also, now the queen cannot even go to b6, so there's nothing over there that could have been potentially something.
Yeah. Now he's
Okay,
2
now
minutes.
The moment he plays e5, he comes with something of a hit on this knight. Thinking if I want to go like knight e5.
So he's like 2 minutes down over like really basic moves that are not
I mean,
necessarily
it's not a
better
real
or
output
worse than
because
any
at some
other
point
moves he can play.
The forbidden move, but it's
Okay. His position's fine. One thing I can tell is like he was worried about having his bishop traded, right? He said that like bishop f4, his opponent could play bishop d6. Bishop g5, they could move the knight and trade. Bishop e3, they could play knight g4. So he obviously has a sense that because he has a small space advantage, he doesn't want to just trade pieces.
see from there. Or should I? Yeah, I should keep the knight as is and just play something else like after rook e1. I don't know what I would do, honestly. Okay, let's start with rook e1 and I will see. Well, it can't be a bad move. But yeah, I'm taking an awful lot of time here. If I do this in the tournament, I'll have a lot of time. No problem.
Yeah, at least he noticed.
Oh, okay, I can go for... Now, if I go queen c2, he goes c5 and he's hitting the knight with... yeah, but if I go queen c2 and he goes c5, I can already play knight g5, perhaps. And I'll be hitting over there. And should he kick my knight, I can... Well... Yeah, going back would not be ideal. Also, if I go queen c2, then he's already preparing to stare at mine. Why don't I go like maybe over here, anticipating that this is about to open up? I don't know. At this point, I'm having a little bit of trouble coming up with ideas here.
Yeah, makes sense. I saw the same thing with Rachel during the Maya tournament when she got this kind of small space advantage for white that you get out of Caro-Kann, center counter, D takes e4 French, Al-Yechin defense. She didn't know what to do next. Like, technically, it's considered a small advantage for white, but she just didn't know what to do. And similarly, he's just kind of drifting. I don't know how much of it is like the talking and how much of it is that he really doesn't know what to do. But you know, like a little bit better would be to move the queen off of this file and on c5 put your rook here. Because c5 opens black's rook. It doesn't open white's rook. There's still a pawn on c3. So, rook c1. Question, Judith, since you're here, if you're here still, is it clear to all the coaches and players that they should not be watching the other team's sessions?
I don't know if I should move. I want to move my queen, but at the same time, I want to not have the all pawns over there. So
like I never
open up my king.
I never saw detailed rules on this, but like I would consider it cheating, so
like
to speak,
95,
to go watch a different coach's stream, see what opening they're telling a student to play, and then
I have to recapture with a bishop.
And then I go tell my student, like, oh, you know, Dina just taught her student to play the Caro. You see what I mean? Like, it should probably be made clear if we want to make all of this public that the opposing teams shouldn't be watching each other. That would be a very strong suggestion of mine. If you see what I mean. Because I think the point of this is to have all this public so people can see how the students get coached. But, yeah. So anyway, me and my students won't be watching other people's streams. Hey, Hey, Ghost.
Running super long time.
This is a coaching tournament. Basically, 8 different coaches.
95, 95, I don't like at all. Because then I basically have to, unless I want to be down a pawn, I have to leave that bishop there to trade it off.
8 different coaches drafted teams of 4
Bishop
players.
E2 is extremely passive.
In 4 different rating categories. And then we've got 1 month to get them ready for a tournament.
But he's probably going to play c4 here anyway. What about b3? b3 could be an idea, stopping then.
Will I check out the opponent's chess.com accounts? Yes. I assume that's fair game. And
yeah, I think I'm going to play here. I have
Judah,
to
tell me if I'm wrong in that. You know, if we shouldn't look up other people's.
Play something that doesn't look like the business. But here I'm in like in the. Already I can notice that I'm in the wrong frame of mind. This happens to me a lot. Like now I'm in a situation where I don't like I'm well, yeah, I have like half the clock of my opponents, less than half the clock. So I have very low time, and I just don't find any useful ideas. And my opponent has already found some aggressive ones. So
okay, sounds good, Judith. I agree 100%. That would be my instinct as well. Their games are online. People can play through their games for sure. Yeah, there's no way to monitor it.
Now, by leaving the knight over here on f3, then if the knight lands on d5, I can. It's again very passive, but I can retreat the bishop and at least keep the bishop here.
I would rather trust the other teams to be fair than to
move, I mean, otherwise I'm
take
going to
all
play
my lessons offline, because then the value of the competition is largely lost if no one gets to see how we made the sausage.
Well, the knight would go probably to b4, I mean, maybe if they want to, but trading the bishop in that situation would be so bad.
All right, let's just listen to Francisco for a bit. Cool. Thanks for being here, Judith. I mean, even if people are sniping you, you can try to just sort of outwork them by doing more hours of work and coaching and games than they can ever review. But
do I? No, I don't want to play.
You know, when you distill it into certain secrets and things.
Basically, I think it's marking time so they can play. So they play Queen C2, and then he can start like opening things up with rook over there and stuff. I need to come up with something and potentially fast. Okay, I guess I'll go. Yeah, maybe I'll go 95 and not worry about 95. I mean, at least here I'm doing something with my pieces. Whereas if I curl up in a ball, then it's just going to be pretty tragic.
Well, Winston Smith, I really think the point of the whole event is for the general community to be able to see everything about how I do this. So it's my preference to deliver that.
Oh, I mentioned I move a lot and I didn't play c4. I could play c4 simply. And the pawn was efficiently defended. Now I can't play c4. So yeah, c4 would have been probably better. But well, I shouldn't be thinking about what I should have played. I should be thinking about what I can play next.
That's true. Always look forward. Every second looking back is more or less a wasted second in a chess game, with a couple exceptions.
Okay, one straight, so maybe a4 will make sense. No, wait. He has the bishop over there, so what about Queen C2 now? Queen C2 now doesn't seem so bad. Okay, I have to play a move, so I'll play it. Maybe I'm blundering something. Oh yeah, he can actually take over here. That's a little bit annoying. Man, he can't really. I think it still doesn't blunder, but I don't know. Like, it looks like a blunderish move, to be honest, what I just played. like staring with his rook staring over there.
So he feels
I
the
completely
tactical
forgot about the rook
elements.
for a second.
That's good. That's good that he feels the tactical elements. He feels that it's loose. But I personally feel like this was
Okay, if
not
he
a real
takes the
game.
knight, I think I have to take, because if I take if I try to like snatch a pawn over there with the bishop, then the bishop gets trapped immediately.
I can't
So,
imagine that he normally goes down to
he
2
goes
minutes in
back.
the opening.
What's he aiming for? Let's see. If I go over here, doesn't sound too good. Oh well, I can go bishop g5, intending to remove the defender and snatch a pawn.
Okay, he played a move.
Better a bad plan than no plan at all, so just go with it. Okay, well, now it doesn't snatch a pawn of any sort. Bishop f4 maybe, or bishop b3 back.
Well, Dabo, I would have played queen h5 instead of queen c2, and I would
Bishop b3
not
back.
have played bishop g5. I would have played something like rook c to d1. I would put the rook on d1 to begin with, never on c1.
Oh, by the way, at that point, c4 might have actually been a thing. Like, I mean, I definitely couldn't have taken back, so that was... Well, I mean, but I would have gotten this other... Okay, red of checkmate.
Here I would play
So just go back here.
bishop f1. Now he's...
And then potentially play c4.
Now he's been made very
Okay,
passive
that's
by
over
his
there. Well,
opponent.
now I want to play c4, honestly.
If he could play
So I didn't
c4,
play
that would
before
help him
and
get
then-
out of this. It's true. Black should try to avoid that. They play queen d8.
I want him to be able to start with 95, which is a move that we
Yeah,
both neglected for
he
so long.
forgot this.
Okay, I can take here with knight, perhaps.
They both missed bishop takes f3 there.
Knight or bishop, both should be okay.
When the queen went back to d8, I think you just had to repeat positions with knight e5.
Oh, I'm down to
avoid
one,
bishop takes
1
f3.
minute. Jesus. I'm all of time management. Okay, I kind of expected him to do that that very cowardly thing. Okay, so over here, I guess.
Rook d1's the only good move. but
Actually, it's a pretty good move.
This is his only move, but he would have to see that he's indirectly defending the piece. That's a lot to expect of someone with under a minute on the clock. Rook d1 is natural indeed, but when you get low enough on time, you just start freaking out and playing direct things instead of mildly indirect things. Ooh, nice move from Baymon.
Okay, well,
b5, nice. Increasing pressure and so forth.
the queen out of the way.
Yeah, I guess the queen out of the way, but what is she like tunneling on this diagonal for? There's nothing there. So she's
Okay,
decentralizing,
if I go over here,
leaving
then
the
he keeps
center.
my knight, so probably I have to... if I go over here, then that defense, so maybe that sounds okay, sort of.
Here I would start by calculating
Sort of.
knight d4, e5, knight f5. Okay. Threat to the queen.
I finally have a threat after like 1,000 years.
Pawn
Probably
takes
he will
b5.
see it though.
Might have won a pawn, maybe. Yeah, white's first
I
threat.
wonder if I
Okay,
should
pretty
snatch
much.
that pawn, but that allows the knight to jump in the middle. I mean, if I'm not able to just snatch the queen for 2 pieces, but... Okay, should I grab the pawn? I don't know. Let's go for it. What's... Oh, no, wait, it's not a... Oh, okay, I've learned a knight. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that's...
That's what happens when you spend 9 minutes thinking about
Oh, no, I mate. Okay. Jesus Christ.
unimportant moves.
Yeah, well. Not my model game, but a good example of what happens to me. Like, this happens to me.
Okay,
So, well,
Francisco, I have a theory that that's nothing like what normally happens to you and that you were busy talking instead of playing.
maybe, I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. This happens to me. I have lost games like this. It's annoying.
Okay, but you had like you had like 2 minutes left out of the opening. Out of 10. Is that normal for you?
Probably not. Yeah. I don't know. In the opening, I play more comfortable, but at the same time, it's good that that I get used to playing a little bit more under pressure because the tournament is going to be under severe pressure. So
Right.
that's going to be a difference. But now, out of the opening, I usually have a lot more time, definitely. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can you play another game and not talk?
All right. Let's try. Let's try. Let's see.
Okay.
Incoming. Okay.
And yeah, I'm happy for us to have pressure and, you know, lose every possible way we can now so that we don't lose exactly the same way in the tournament.
Uh-huh.
But I have a feeling like you don't normally talk that much during a game or play that slowly.
Yeah. Oh, okay, it's a freak attack.
When I play online for the stream, I play much worse than when I play on my own because I'm explaining things on stream. I lose like 200 points of strength if I talk to the stream while I play. So oh, it looks like there's another game started already. Great. So I'm gonna silence myself and watch.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. You're
I
good.
forgot to mention that.
No, that's good. That's good. You were being quiet. Perfect. All right, so we're getting a Kariz attack, and look at that time on the clock. Oh no, our guy is black. He's down a few seconds, but nothing dramatic yet. So we're playing Najdorf. Woo! Wild. Rook G1, E6, G4, Bishop E7, G5. Boom, boom, boom. It's okay, Charlie. Don't worry about it. This is an actual line, yeah. It's considered to be good for white to get this G4, G5 really quickly, but like good for white, you know, plus 0.3, plus 0.35 maybe to the supercomputers instead of, you know, some A+ rated openings the supercomputers now say are plus 0.05 instead of plus 0.35. So yeah, should be playable. Nice. Well, Francisco's able to take a piece of advice. He stopped talking. Perfect. Maybe viral stigma. Probably depends on the computer. Fair enough, Dabo. I tried learning to play the closed Sicilian after years of struggling with the open Sicilian and found that I wasn't very good at playing the closed Sicilian. So now I don't have the cojones, so to speak, to play the open Sicilian or the closed Sicilian. I don't know what to do if somebody plays the Sicilian. I'm not good enough to play the white side of anything. Right, Rosolimos, those could make sense, yeah. For those who can't handle the closed or the open. I have no idea, Ghost of World Class Heroes. Ghost of Working Class Heroes. I have no idea. I've never bought a course on Chessable. I don't know how much that one in particular costs. I know that Hari Krishna is a great endgame player. That's about the only relevant thing I know about your purchase. He's also a nice guy, so he probably got, you know, 30 or 40% in royalties on your purchase. So that's something to feel partially good about, I guess. He once prepared me for free for a game of mine, just out of the kindness of his heart. All right, so our hero here has developed all the minor pieces, but white is also developing very quickly, and they've got a pawn storm going, and 30 seconds extra on the clock. So white's happy so far. We'll see how Francisco handles it from here. Blibup wondering, should we castle straight into white's attack? Yeah, it's terrifying, isn't it, Blibup? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we got nothing better to do but jump right into the boiling water when it's already in a pot and our opponent's adding seasoning. Other times we hang out in the center for a while, so they're not sure if they should keep rolling their pawns. Other times we try and castle queenside and avoid it. There's options. Matthew asks if you want to trade knights to relieve some of the pressure. Sometimes you do, Matthew, but like, look at this. Sometimes white's queen or bishop is really good on d4, and then you regret it. Like here, for example, queen d4 hits this knight and controls c4. So now we have to give up on the plan of knight c4, and what's our knight doing here? Right? Plus queen g7 tactically. So to some extent, there's an idea that trading a piece might help black, but it's not a general rule. It's going to have to be specifically figured out, right? So here his plan is to try and get a knight to c4 quickly, and that was kind of telegraphed by knight b6. Your moves have to be, in any opening, your moves have to be somewhat consistent with each other. You know what I mean? Like, if you trade your c pawn, you might have to put your rook on the c file, right? Or if you play like f4 and g5, you might have to castle to the queen side. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a consistency to them. And black played a slightly unusual move, knight b6 at this point, right? This early knight b6, it blocks b5, right? And if white goes f4, f5, you move your knight away from knight e5. So this move, for black's position to be good, they might have to play moves that are consistent with this move. And the only thing really clearly good about this move is trying to play knight c4, right? So you can then see that Francisco's moves thereafter were logical. And now white's played b3. That stops that idea. He's got to come up with a new idea. That doesn't mean what he's done is bad, right? White made a weakness. Now he has to do something that's consistent or congruent with the change in the position. Bye, Judith. Oh, should I flip the board so you can see black's perspective? Sure. This quickly went from a Najdorf to a Scheveningen-Cariz kind of position, right? So players each using a fair amount of time on the clock. It's a tricky opening. It's more of a fighting opening where black should have ideas of things they want to do. So we'll see what he comes up with. Aha. Yeah, so he decided to go over here, and then he's going to play king b8, tuck the king away, and avoid the pawn storm. And this makes white have to find, you know, some good moves. Hey, sweetie. Hi. You want to come up here? I haven't seen this position before, Charlie, but it may be theory to somebody. White definitely has some extra center. The move b3, it slams these knights, but it weakens white on the main file black wants to use. So a typical plan for black would be king b8, rook c8 in these positions as quickly as possible. White has the option to play knight b5 and then queen takes a5. That's extremely good for white, but if they don't see it, they don't see it. You know, it's just an unusual move, and they didn't. And black continues with his plan here. But this knight being dead to the b pawn, he should have retracted it as soon as he could. As soon as white played b3, you accept that you're not coming to c4. You bring your knight back off the square where it's dangling to this queen. Repurpose it. It's many people that have sacked a rook against the knight on c3. Many, many people. It's one of the big themes of the Sicilian. Rook c8. So neither player is playing quickly, but we're playing a little bit quicker than last game at least, right? And specifically keeping up on time with white. So never getting, Francisco's never getting like way behind on time. So even if he's in trouble on time, his opponent is going to be as well. Bishop here. I think white's going to bring the knight back to d4. Oh no, they go after this knight. That's going to change like the feeling of the game a bit here. Yeah. Black's probably going to have to play knight d7. We get an endgame. White gets knight d4 when the bishop can't drop back. So white grabs the bishop pair. But endgames are not amazing for white in this opening usually. So we'll see. It'll be a little... I guess white will be slightly better. In that sense, this move is better than the simple knight d4 that I expected of Keck's girly. So that's at least partially impressive, right? Playing a better move than I could see for them. Now Francisco's playing much more balanced than the first game. Queen trade and knight d4. Beautiful. Great play by Kex. Well, black also has to deal with the pawn on e6 being under pressure. So this is like a really tough move here, Foos, right? If they play knight e5, white can win the pawn instead of taking the bishop here. If they play e5, then when white trades here, black's pawn structure has been much weakened for dealing with the light squared bishop in the endgame. So ultimately, Francisco plays the move I was mainly thinking of, which is knight c5, attacking these squares here. Or sorry, defending one of them and attacking the other. get a Tradovich. Black probably needs to take back with the pawn. White thought quite a while about that trade, which is good for us. A bit of a expenditure of White's resources there. If you struggle to take them seriously, then they're not working very well for you right now. Normally, the puzzles should be somewhat useful for most people. There are puzzle books that are probably a little bit better. Dabo, you're thinking White can break with e5 here? Yeah, it's really important to take with the pawn because this pawn is keeping White's knight at bay from f5, is keeping their bishop off of d5. If we play this position here, our light squares as Black are just weaker without that pawn on e6, right? So what White can do is they take our bishop, and then they put theirs here. And this piece is too good now without a pawn on e6 to hold it back. Okay, so White plays rook to the open file, leaving the e-pawn attacked. Black's going to wonder, can I get away with it? It's a little complicated because there could be knight e6. Goes for it. Idea, knight c3 check, which is mostly a fancy trade. Wait, doesn't White have knight c6 check winning a piece here? He needed to take with the bishop first, right? Ow.
Oh, man. All right, I'll just resign here because there's no point. Well, I missed that check.
Mm-hmm.
Completely missed.
Yeah.
So that was a check. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a more representative game, right? I mean,
and I was completely destroyed out of the opening too.
You thought you were destroyed out of the opening?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know this is called a freak attack, and I know the idea is to push g4, but I have no clue as to, like, I mean, I haven't studied any lines whatsoever against this.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, once he pushed all of the pawns over there, I was like, what the heck do I do? And then I just castle queenside because, you know, if I castle kingside, it looks like I'm getting wiped off the board even faster. So I went this way. But yeah, I mean, it felt like I was getting crushed already just from the get-go. Like, I don't know.
Okay. And do you think that you ever got back in the game or not?
I mean, probably if I have to do like evil guessing, I would say that at some point the computer probably found something I obviously missed, and I probably was okay as per usual. Like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like the evil tends to go like up and down, and then, you know, at some point you're perfectly fine and it looks like you never got back, but actually you did, technically. But
okay,
so I would suppose that at some point I must have been okay, but
yeah, I think your idea to castle queenside instead of kingside was a great idea. If you had just castled kingside, I could see White playing h4, h5, g6 and it being pretty easy for your opponent. You castled queenside, and I mean, If on the last move you took on e4 with your bishop instead of your knight, probably the position's about equal. Right? Because then they can't take on c6 with check. That should be about equal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so to me that feels like a much more representative game. You were maybe a tiny bit slow, but you were confronted with an opening that you felt wasn't going your way. The opening was complicated, so your opponent used time too. And you never fell behind your opponent on time. You had about the same time as them. So you were each playing slightly slow in a complicated opening. Nobody was flagging. And you played a lot of good moves, and you did lose to a tactic at the end, right? So you overlooked something. But whereas in the first game when you overlooked the knight on g3, it felt like that was because you had 20 seconds on the clock. And this time it felt like, okay, this is the kind of thing that Francisco might miss in a complicated game. You know, so it felt much more real to me.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Definitely here I was not spending time I wouldn't normally spend.
Yeah. How much blitz chess do you play?
Currently nothing at all. I played before, but I stopped because I felt like it wasn't really good for me.
My notes about you from when I did some research for the draft say that you stopped playing blitz in June. Is that about right?
In June. Okay. Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds right. Yeah.
And you do the survival mode of Puzzle Rush sometimes.
Yeah, well, that I hope you didn't take that stat into account in anything, because I mean that's not really like my stat. I mean, I have a ridiculously high puzzle rush there. I don't know if that's public or not, but if it's public, yeah, there's like 80 or something. It's because I stream, and yeah, I mean like it's like a community high streak or something. I mean, I don't try to like brag about it or anything. I never told anyone that was mine or something, but I mean, if someone looks at my profile, I don't know if that's public. Like maybe they look at that and they see that. I hope you didn't take that into account. The puzzles, the normal puzzles, yeah, that's definitely me. Although I stopped doing rated puzzles like when I was about 800 Rappi or something. I don't know. Okay. Puzzle Rush I like doing, but I mean my personal high score is way lower than that.
Sure.
It's like I don't know, 50 something or maybe 60 or something.
Yeah.
I think not quite 60 even, but close around that.
Yeah. That makes sense. There's probably nobody you're rating who has a Puzzle Rush score of 80 on their own, so that makes sense. Yeah. But I mean, the fact that you did that made me think that you maybe do some Puzzle Rush survival. You have some experience with doing those harder puzzles that come up eventually. Yeah. That
definitely. I mean, these days I prefer to do puzzles with a book, but still. By the way, which kind of well, I mean, after these games, you're going to tell me to, I don't know, pick up a baby tactics book or something. But the thing is, from the woodpecker method, do you think it's okay that I start with beginner level puzzles? Because I've been doing those lately for the schedule 1 hour.
Yeah, woodpecker seems fine to me. I think you can start from the beginning and work your way through it. I think overall it's got a good level. Okay. I think it would be great for you. And in general, when you're solving puzzles, it's ideal that you be scoring between 25 and 75% right for the kind of puzzles I want you doing right now, which is similar to when you try and select an opponent, right? I would prefer you not play people where you win every game or lose every game, right? And that's why normally we'll do plus or minus 200 when we seek games. That should correspond approximately to a range of you scoring between 25 and 75% in your games. And that's what we're looking for, because it means you're getting feedback all the time, right? You're like at the right difficulty level, where if you play better, you win, and when you play worse, you lose, and you can kind of feel it. If you're doing puzzles where you feel like they're impossible, or you feel like you're getting 100% right, then I just want us to change something. If you feel that you're getting less than 25% right or more than 75% right, we should switch to something else. Right? Which might just mean like skipping to the next chapter or going back a chapter or something, right? But yeah. That makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
So you don't think that like repetition of puzzles that may take me like a minute, but I can still solve them right? You don't think that that's really useful? Like if I'm in that like if I'm scoring a lot in the puzzles where I maybe spend a minute or two, but I still find the right solution, then those puzzles you think would be like I should move on to another level?
Probably. you're sort of right on the borderline where you want to be moving from like 1 minute puzzles to more like 3 to 5 minute puzzles. You know, things where you have to just work a little bit harder. Although, you know, since we are training for a rapid tournament, yeah, let's change that. That's my bias from training people for classical tournaments. If we're training for a rapid tournament, and I can give you better advice next month. But yeah, if you're training for a rapid tournament, sure, let's do tactics that take you about a minute. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
That's totally
I mean,
fine.
actually, they'd probably take me longer. I mean, I haven't really I mean, the only thing I'm checking is that I take at least 1 hour for the total, but I haven't checked like
Right.
How much do I spend in one puzzle? I probably spend like a good 3 or 5 minutes many times.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm getting but for the beginner part of the woodpecker method, I'm getting most of them right. Because also, I mean, this would be like, I mean, it was a very, very long time ago that I did the beginner section. But I mean, I did the beginner section one time, so now, I mean, between what I did before and just remembering, like, I mean, I do get like I get, I mean, I may think for a while, but I do tend to get them right. Like every now and then I will get the one wrong, but I mean, but for the most part I do get them right.
Okay, that's actually probably not too bad, because if you think about it, in a rapid game, how often are you going to think more than 2 minutes on a move? Very rarely, right?
Yeah.
Ideally, once or maybe twice a game, you get a position where you get a feeling like maybe I have a win. And when you have that feeling, you can calculate for up to 2 minutes probably and try to find the win. Right? But if we're talking a puzzle that would take 5 minutes to solve, realistically, you're never going to solve that in a 10-minute game, right? Because you won't have 5 minutes at the right time, plus know that it's a puzzle, etc. So, yeah, I'm going to revise what I said before, and let's say we're trying to do puzzles that take you 1 to 2 minutes. And, yeah, that's good. I'm glad you stopped me there on that one.
Okay.
That's going to be better. Do you ever play classical games?
No, I haven't played classical games.
So you
no, the longest I have done is some game online for like well, I mean, counts as classical on leeches, but I mean it's not like really classical.
Yeah.
Like 30 minutes each. I think that's the longest I have done.
Okay, cool. And so most of your chess has been like 10-minute chess?
No, 15-10.
15?
15-10 rapid
Okay,
on chess.com. That's what I have done
standard,
usually.
15. Okay. Great. All right.
With 10 seconds of increment, like 15-10, 15 plus 10. Just in case, because I mean, without increment, I will get flagged like every single time, no matter the time control, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, except if it's like 30 minutes.
I'm just typing notes to myself on my profile for you.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Okay. Yeah, obviously, you sent me some games to look at, which is great. Let me maybe open a game now. Let's see. Okay. Open with. Okay, so now we're gonna look at a game here of yours. So let's go to make a board. Load a game. All right, so I'm going to click through the game that you emailed me with Friedersdorf.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. The game was played just a few days ago.
Yeah. This one I have relatively fresh in my mind. Yeah, it was played like 2 days ago or something.
Cool. And where did you play it?
Leeches.
Okay.
Played on Leeches.
Great. Great. Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't even know if on chess.com you can play like 10 plus 2, for instance, on the pool and actually get someone to play with. Because I thought maybe they had also the functionality of the lobby there, but I think there is no such thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think, but I could be wrong. I mean, today I was looking for it, but I don't know. I mean, do they have that?
I don't know. Can't you just search for any time control you want?
You can, but the point is, if they don't have the lobby where people can actually see your challenge and pick it automatically, then and know that there's someone looking for 10 plus 2. I mean, probably nobody will look for 10 plus 2 at the same time. But if I'm on Leeches, I can look for 10 plus 2 and a rated game, and then there's a lobby, and people can see, oh, there's a guy looking for 10 plus 2, so they just click on it.
Okay, so you have an easier time finding games there.
For this weird time control.
For this time control. Okay, great.
Well, yeah, I say weird. For this time control, that it's not one of the standard options to pick from the thing.
Love this move. I like your move C4 at move 25.
Okay, let me open the move again in the game here. 25. C4. Yeah.
Okay, so you say sometimes you play more passively. So you're glad when you're playing more aggressively.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, like the 2 games from today are a good example of that. Like, I mean, today's games were extremely passive. It's like I was doing nothing the whole day. Like, I mean, I was just basically holding until I cracked, and that's it. And yeah, when I get games like that, I mean, it's like basically impossible that I get anything done because I'm just basically never trying to do anything in the first place. So that happens.
Great. Good move. Good move. Ooh, your opponent defended. Surprise. Panic. Yeah. Okay, I see how it happened. She played so well in the opening and middle game.
Yeah, it was a nice game until it wasn't.
Yeah. And the rook ending, you didn't know what you wanted to do anymore. Yeah. Have you heard the phrase rooks belong behind passed pawns?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So there's like a point where you brought your rook back towards c8 and you said panic, right? Were you low on time at that point? Probably, right?
Yeah, I believe I was low on time,
Yeah.
I believe throughout the rook endgame I was probably low on time.
Yeah. In general, if that rook goes to a square like a3 instead of c8 and then a8, right? If it goes to a square like a3 behind their passed pawn, then you can play pretty easily from that point. You know, sometimes it just takes one piece of knowledge to really help things. And putting your rook on the right square is going to tie down their king and their rook. It's just going to totally change the feel of the whole endgame. But overall, a good game. So let me put another note to myself about that game. Do you like the Sicilian? Love the Sicilian? Just do it because you do it? What's your relation?
No, like I mean, honestly, I used to like it. Like I mean, when I started playing it, let me try to think why I started playing it. I think I mean. Maybe I'm making this up because I mean, honestly, I don't really remember if this was the reason, but I believe it might have been the reason. Like I think it's a toss-up basically between two reasons why I started playing it. One because I was tired of playing E5, and when I was playing E5, you know, everyone says, yeah, when you're starting out, starting with E4, E45.
Mm-hmm.
But when I play E45, then my opponent plays whatever they want. Like I mean, they play their opening,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm just like defending. And since I'm not, you know, Magnus, then I'm not going to land myself in very good positions most of the time. Like I was sort of okay out of the opening, but I mean, eventually it's my opponent asking questions and me just playing, you know, I don't know what I
Mm-hmm.
find like to be a more defensive way, and that didn't work out very well for me. I mean, I was stuck in the same rating for a while, and so I decided to switch openings, and I said, well, what about the Sicilian? And then another reason I might have picked up the Sicilian is because I got a collection of games by Bobby Fischer, and I said, well, he's a cool guy, and I want to play the same opening. So yeah, that might be the other reason.
Which book is that?
Oh, I have two collections of games by him. One is Hayes collection, which just basically brings you the games with very few annotations,
Mm-hmm.
and then another is Carsten Miller's collection, which
Mm-hmm.
does have annotations. So I have those two. Yeah, but it's not like I really want to play the Sicilian. Like if you have a suggestion of any opening that I should play, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely open, pun unintended, to new ideas.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, for this tournament, I mean, I don't know, like yeah, for for this thing, I should probably not say it on a stream because it's very likely that some of my opponents are going to check this out. But I mean, I was thinking that maybe I would like to switch it up with another opening, just based on the fact of having some form of surprise value, and based on the fact that anyway I don't know opening theory anyway, so I
Mm-hmm.
mean like it's not going to make much of a difference in that sense. And when I was looking at my opponent's games, I found that, for instance, Segalleta does really bad against the Sicilian. But against the Sicilian with D6, which is what I play, he plays this Bishop B5 line, and like it's called the Moscow, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know. The positions arising from that are not like particularly comfortable, and I think he's scoring pretty well with that. Then there's but what I noticed is that, for instance, Segalleta and Cebu 13 and Frank, they all against the Karo Khan, they all play stuff that's sort of suboptimal. I'm not a Karo-Khan player, but I mean, I know that, you know, the two knights defense is not like the most critical reply to it. So that's what Segalleta plays.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cebu 13 and Frank seem to play the Alien Gambit a lot. So, well, I mean, that would be one way to get an advantage out of the opening. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I thought about that too. So I don't know. Like, I mean,
Okay.
I'll
You'll
leave
have to
the
tell me.
opening choice completely up to you.
You have to tell me what the Alien Gambit is.
Oh, you don't know about that? Okay, yeah, it's some gambit that witty alien came up with, apparently. Well, not apparently. I mean, it is him, but I haven't watched like his streams and stuff. All I watched was a video of how he was intending to quit now. So anyway, yeah, that guy invented this gambit. That's I mean, you can imagine the moves a lot better than me in your head. So I'll just say the moves
Sure.
yeah, like E4 C6. D4 D5, knight C3. So it looks like they are playing very very normal stuff.
Hmm.
And then D takes E4, knight takes E4, and then knight F6. So for instance, you go for like the Tartakower variation,
Mm-hmm.
and then white instead of taking on F6 like a normal human being would, then they go knight knight G5, is it?
Okay.
like yeah, they go with the knight over there, threatening, you know, if the what would that be? Let me.
They want to sack on F7 in the opening.
Yeah, exactly that. So they go over there, and then if you play h6, they sack the knight over there, and that's it. I mean, you just take over there, and you get the advantage. But of course, there's some poison to it. I mean, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying it's a terrible gambit, and I'm not saying that if I face that I'm going to win 100%. Because I mean, like,
Uh-huh.
I can see like how the position is complicated. Even if you know like a few moves of the refutation, it is not the easiest point to drive home.
Yeah.
So it's not like converting from there is going to be particularly easy. But I mean, you're up a piece, so it's more than I can ask for in if I play like any regular normal opening.
Mm-hmm.
Like for instance, it's a lot better than what I got in these two games.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And is there any like particular kind of chess that's your favorite chess? Like, do you have like like something that you're trying to play, like a favorite game or a favorite player or a favorite opening or a favorite style or?
Not really. No, I don't. I don't have a style. I have. I'm still too amateur for that. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I don't. I don't think I have a style. I mean, I have stuff that I feel less comfortable with. Like, and I know it's like very common feelings for the amateur player because I read it also in the amateur's mind, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I have those things, but I don't have like my style that I say, oh, I want to play like such and such player. No, I don't have that thing. No.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. I'll put that here. So when you sit down to play a game, what kind of a
Yes.
what kind of a goal or what do you have as you like start out the game? I mean,
Good question. I mean, what do you mean apart from winning?
right, maybe you want to win, but how to put it? Like, do you have an idea of how you might win? Like, this is something that I'm good at, or this is a position that I want to get to. Like, I want to make the game complicated for my
No, really.
opponent, or I want to get a safe position, or I want to get a blocked
There is
position.
a Yeah, I mean, in general, I go for safety. I mean, I try to like aim for a simple chess where I'm not blundering anything, and yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, I try to go for that, like the very basic beginner stuff. Develop your pieces,
Mm-hmm.
get castled, be okay, and then try to figure out if you can attack some weakness after that. So
Okay.
basically that's my aim when I
Yeah.
when I go into
Okay.
into a game.
That's exactly what I was wondering. In that second game, that Sicilian game, it it felt to me like you were wrestling with some bigger questions, like already in the opening, which side do I want to put my king on? How scary is this attack? Um, you came up with the plan of bringing your knight to c4 before necessarily finishing all the other development, and then your opponent decided, yes, that was a very good plan, and they played b3, making a weakness to stop it. So it felt like you were thinking a little bit more in that game already about like refinements, like making your position a little bit better or weakening your opponent's position, or it seemed to me like you were thinking about the strategic flow of the game already during the opening. Is that true for the Sicilian game?
Yeah, yeah, it is true. I mean, it is true in the particular case of that move that you mentioned. Like, I mean, I was still like thinking I didn't want the same thing that happened to me in the previous game to happen again. So I was thinking, well, I have to like find something to do here where my opponent will at least have to think a
Mm-hmm.
bit and not just go get castled, get try to get to some sort of safety. Also, I thought that I wouldn't be able to actually get to good safety because it seemed like castling kingside was suicide, and it seemed like castling queenside maybe was also suicide. So it didn't feel particularly safe when I castled queenside.
Yeah.
But I was like, well, where am I going to go now? So I even thought about no castle. at all, and I thought, well, that's going to be terrible because I had my bishops like on d7 and e7, I think, so it wasn't even a possibility to like just move the king up like sort of endgame style or something, you know.
Right.
So I thought, yeah, well, that's not going to be a thing either. So I have to castle queenside basically by not by choice, but by being forced into it basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, that happened.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
in
then-
that sense, it might be the yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And then the other game, the game where you were white in the French defense, my feeling was you got your pieces out, you defended your center, you got castled, and then you didn't know what to do next.
Yeah, that is right.
Your opponent
That is
didn't
right.
have like a weakness, and so it was kind of like, well, I don't really know what to do. You know, I don't know if I should, what direction to move the pieces, how to improve things, or how to attack something, because there wasn't really anything that like jumped out at you as something to do. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
That's very typical for that kind of pawn structure, by the way. Those d takes e4 kind of positions. You can also get them out of a Caro-Kann. You can get them out of a center counter or Scandinavian defense. And in theory, people say white's a little bit better because they've got a little more space from the pawn on d4. But what to do in those positions, almost nobody knows. They just kind of, we all just sit around saying like, well, in theory, I'm a little bit better, but I don't know what to do about it. Even up to master levels, honestly. Master levels will plunk the rooks on d1 and e1. You put one of your rooks on c1, which was a little bit less good just because you've got the pawn on c3. Right? Your opponent played rook c8 and
Yeah,
c5, and you
but-
thought, oh, I'll counter that file, but actually it's only their rook that's going to open, not yours. So your rook might be slightly better on d1, but basically that's the only difference between how you played and how like a master might play. They would plop the rook on d1 instead of c1, and then they would start sitting around like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. So it's pretty common. And in some chess positions, you need to have a little bit of the art of doing nothing. You just kind of, you know, you have to just kind of like sit there, hit the ball back to your opponent, and then sit there some more. And, you know, I'm just going to interrupt us for a moment to say thank you to Liz Ivanov for the raid. Send her a shout out. So folks, here's a link if you want to follow Liz. Go for it. And to those of you just joining us, this is a private lesson as part of a competition called CoachChamps. 8 different coaches have been given a team of 4, or drafted a team of 4 students. And we've got about 1 month to prepare them for a competition, which will reveal whose coaching methods are the best. Although in this case, my coaching methods are going to be fairly basic because we don't have a lot of time. So you're welcome to peek in and see what those methods are. That's the point of doing the lessons on stream like so. Yeah, and here we are with Francisco, who is in the 12 to 1600 group. He's just recently made it to 1600, so he's at the top end rating-wise of that group. But, you know, we can still get a little bit higher. We can get up to 1650, 1700. I would say by the end of the year, definitely 1750. So, and Francisco is a passionate chess lover. He's got a slightly streaky personality and results up and down. And yeah, we're playing a slightly unusual time control, I guess, 10 plus 2. I don't know what time controls people like best, but 10 plus 2 is a little bit rare, so we're going to practice that some, and we're going to play an occasional 3 plus 2 game, just so that you're ready to go really fast when you might need to. Lessons will be kind of all the time when my kids are in school. That's kind of the schedule. We'll start with Morton and Jake because they are in Europe and Africa, so they'll get the morning slots, and then meeting with Francisco around midday. And then I've got one student in the U.S., and so he'll be in the later afternoon. And try to get in 4 lessons a day when we can. All right, so we've got another 20 minutes. We could play one more game. Let me ask you quickly, against 1d4, do you have a set opening for black?
I've tried different things and none of them worked.
Okay.
I don't know. I have played a bunch of different things. Right now, what I'm trying to learn, because I mean, since I don't have anything that I have really done particularly well with, I have something that I would like to learn. So that's what I'm playing now, which is I'm trying to learn the Nimzo, and I'm trying to learn the Queen's Indian. So I try to have that to add that to my knowledge.
Okay.
So that's basically what I'm trying to go for.
And do you find that many people around your rating level play the London with you? Like you're trying to play the Nimzo, but instead of playing c4, knight c3, maybe they play the London?
Some people play the London. Some people play the London, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll
some people
look
do.
into that. You want to try and find another game? And
yeah, sure thing.
If there's anybody in chat who wants to play Francisco, we're looking for someone between 1,400 and 1,800, plus or minus 200 points from him. So 1,400 to 1,800. And if you want to challenge him, you can. I'll send the link over here. There's his chess.com profile, and yeah, we'll just wait a little bit for a game. Do you speak Chinese?
No, my wife does. I don't.
Okay.
I know just a few words,
Okay.
but not more than that. I would like to speak it, but I still haven't learned.
Okay. But I heard Chinese in the background then, yeah?
Yeah, you're right on that. Yeah, that's my wife watching TV.
Nice. So right now, as far as you know, you have no preference between a complicated or a simple position, an end game, a middle game. You're just playing whatever comes up.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you one kind of position that I sort of enjoy is I mean, sort of enjoy, but it doesn't mean like a super enjoy. Is okay, I got a game, so let's
oh, super.
later I can message you about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in a game.
All right, so I'm going to silence and watch. Here we go. And we get a Nimzo. Chat's going to ask me to flip the board in a moment, so I'll flip it.
So maybe 3.
So presumably, if he's learning a new opening, and he's more of an E4 player, and he's a recent, chess learner, he's not going to be familiar with something about Queen B3. That'll be surprising, right? So this kind of a line is going to be a surprise at this level. Anyone out there who's like 16, 1700, if you're thinking of playing a move like Queen B3, you can be moderately confident that it's going to be a surprise for many of your opponents. Ooh, he made a plan. That was nice. Very fast, knight c6 there. Yeah, so I think he's going to play like against queen c2 somewhat. There's a line with c5, and then the bishop comes back to c5 at some point, recapturing. It makes perfect sense against a queen over on b3. Just, you know, step away from her, attack d4 that the queen would have been supporting but isn't. This line looks fine for black. I don't know much in the way of opening theory, you know. It just looks okay to me. And that's all I know about it. All right, he's going to take himself the bishop pair. It is a live game. Yeah, he's playing it as we watch. I'm muted on our Zoom call, so he doesn't hear what I think about the game or whatever. 2v1? No, it's not 2v1. 1v1. Francisco against his opponent. We're just watching. Tucks the bishop. That's good. Okay, white's hoping for some queenside pressure, but that does leave the d4 square open to the knight at some point. You don't want to just hop in there, have white play queen d3, and then run back as black. But it, you know, white might want a pawn on e3 at some point. So see how we're doing on time. A minute behind on time. Mostly getting through the opening in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, castles was a little bit slow. I wonder what he's thinking about there. I'm not sure what else. Maybe he was thinking about, maybe he was considering taking an isolated pawn like this with the tempo on that piece. Just going like this and letting the bishop out that way. But castles, bishop g2, and now to think again. Basically, you only get to think once in this phase of the game. Right? If you thought about castles, then you have to have like a follow-up. White played g3. You knew bishop g2 was coming. You don't get to think on every move, right? When you're thinking about castles, you were picking, are we playing d5 at some point, or are we playing b6, bishop b7? And then you have to follow the plan after you castle and they play bishop g2. You get to spend extra time if your opponent does something unexpected, but they can't play like the moves you expect and have you think on every single move. Can a player get to 2200 FIDE, asks Shota, without knowing opening theory? It would be hard to know no opening theory, right, Shota? Like, just by playing, you start to notice a few things. Like, I don't think anyone got to CM without knowing e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. That's opening theory. It's not a lot of it. So it's really like a spectrum of how much you know or don't know. I mean, even most beginners know e4, e5, and d4, d5. You know, within a day or two of playing chess. So, you know, you're asking some form of, can they get there without heavy opening theory, right? Can they get there with basic or rudimentary opening theory? And generally, I'd be inclined to say, yeah, they could get there without ever studying it. Just you're gonna learn a little something just by playing and being around. All right, so we're playing very slowly this game again. It's a little bit of an issue for Francisco. You know, I first interpreted this as like maybe it's a little bit perfectionist when I saw him playing kind of slowly in the openings, but maybe it's just a little more just straight up unfamiliarity, you know? Just being a little newer to chess and not yet having standard easy moves lined up. How long does it take an average person to get to 1500? Toxic Woot is asking. Knight d5 is plausible, yeah. Black needs to expand a little bit somewhere. You know, they need to do something. The obvious simple move would be like bishop b7, but white's looking to pressure you on d7, right? So black needed something like d5 or f5 or knight a5. They need a little more fight or space or whatever. So Toxic Woot, you know, 1500 ELO, the first question is, you know, is that 1500 FIDE or 1500 chess.com or 1500 Lee Chess? Nowadays, I think 1500 is the starting rating on Lee Chess and about average there, whereas the average rating on chess.com is something like 700. So they start people lower. You might also be asking about US Chess Federation ratings, or I don't know where. So this move coordinates with knight a5. And now complicated d5 break. Both queens are on lines with the opponent's rooks, so it's very complicated. This bishop could be good on f6 here, maybe. Black could also play queen c7 with the idea of pawn takes pawn, queen takes c3. Yeah, it would be nice if he had 7 or 8 minutes here instead of 4. His opponent has 9, which is a lot. His opponent is probably playing... No, his opponent is playing too fast. He's playing too slow. It'd be better to have 7 or 8 minutes here. It would be about the right range. So I'm going to have to take a note to myself. Give him time usage guidelines. Playing too slowly. Okay. Queen c7 is the choice, which is a good choice, you know, and the move is worth a minute of time, but it would be better if it were 1 minute out of 7 or 8. I'm repeating myself on that, but, you know, it's a big important point. So now white plays here. He's got several pleasant options, and even just taking the pawn is perfectly yummy, and he just takes it. Now his knight's going to be happy on c4. This position's working out very well for black. Right. No, thanks for that, Toxic Wood. You're absolutely right to just tell it to me and to the students straight up. I think he's a little bit more lost in the opening than the middle game, but it's, you know, partly the transition into the middle game. But yeah, he's you know, fairly new to chess in a sense, so he doesn't just know what to do, period, at the beginning of the game, right? He has to figure it out. He's doing very well here. He's got nice moves, bishop f6 and knight b2. He goes for knight b2. A little bit complicated. I think probably simpler was just better here with bishop f6, but knight b2 is, you know, challenging for white as well. All right, ZJ, for chess learning, is it better to rotate topics daily? No. One topic for 2 weeks? Yes. No. Monday rook endgames, Tuesday Catalan? No. Mixed up. Too much. Overwhelming. Can't remember anything. I think, ZJ, you should always be doing some... Whoa! That was quick.
Well, I was actually still thinking about the right punishment.
Of course. It was still very interesting.
My opponent maybe resigned too soon.
So I would hope, Francisco, that you have the basic toughness that you wouldn't resign like that if you were white. Always make sure your opponent finds some good moves before you give up. It's clear the game's going in your direction.
But still, thanks to white for lifting up my spirits.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the game was clearly going in your direction, right? And you'll have games where the game's clearly going in your opponent's direction. But this is way too soon to resign for anybody, you know? Make everybody prove it. But this game went nicely. Other than that, you're playing too slowly, which we'll work on. But the gameplay was very good. You came up with this idea of knight a5, bishop a6. You coordinated on something, and you coordinated it with then the d5 move, which was complicated, but you weren't scared, right? Your queen was opposite his rook. His queen was opposite your rook. If you're too scared of a player, you'd think, oh, you know, things are going to go wrong for me. You wouldn't play d5. If you're too bold of a player, you play those moves even when it's just bad for you. Here it was complicated, so I'm glad that you felt like going for it. And then a very important move, queen c7, which you thought on for a bit and came up with the move queen c7, which was probably a very, very important move for this game, if not the most important move of the game. And yeah, you were in good shape. But again, you had 3.5 minutes at the end. I think there's a very good chance that if somebody were really tough, you wouldn't have had enough time to win the game, depending how they handled it. Or maybe they would have run out of time trying to find a way not to lose a piece, and then it would have been, you know, you would have each been low on time, and you would have been up a pawn or two. But yeah, overall, good game. But I do think that we might be able to work on one thing this month other than just practice and tactics. I think we might be able to work on going faster in the opening. So I've got that in mind. That I can maybe push you a little bit on your time management, give you a framework for how much time to spend on the opening, how much time to spend on the middle game, how much time to save for the end game. It won't be perfect, but it'll quickly get us like quite a bit better. And that's what I'm looking for. If there's anything where we can do a quick fix that won't be too complicated. Yeah. So I think that's good. I'm really glad we found a big weakness. Because if you don't have a big weakness, there's not much improvement we can do in a month. But a big weakness that's like kind of obvious and simple like this, you can just make an adjustment. Like, you know, well, I mean, there's only so much to say. Like, you know, basically in tomorrow's lesson, I'm going to tell you that in the opening, you get to think down to 8 minutes, and that's the maximum. Then you need to be at move 12. I'm going to tell you something like that tomorrow. Plus or minus, you know, 30 seconds or 1 or 2 moves or something. But basically, I'm going to tell you something like that. And of course, there will be like cases where that's a little bit too fast or a little bit too slow, depending on if you know the opening or not. But as a rule of thumb, it's going to be so simple, and it's going to be better than what you're doing now. Like, it'll be that simple, and that we can drill into in a couple weeks, and it won't confuse you. So I'm really glad we found that. That'll give you a boost for your results in general this month. Do you have any questions for me before I take my lunch break and say I'll see you tomorrow at the same time?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, like, so do you have any, I mean, or are you going to, I don't know, maybe you were going to think about it and stuff, but I mean, if you have already sort of decided, any ideas of which opening I should be playing or studying or preparing for?
I think you should probably keep playing e4.
I mean, do you want me to keep playing the stuff I've been playing so far?
I think so, probably. We'll probably
play the Sicilian. You think I should keep playing it?
I think so.
Because I got absolutely smashed there.
I thought you did fine.
It's not the only time I get destroyed.
Yeah.
It's terrible. But yeah, well, I mean, you know more. But I mean, the thing is, yeah, if you have time, check out some of those Sicilian games I showed you in the in those in my forgettable game collection. Yeah, I think there are some examples that what I show you, like some of my weaknesses there when I'm playing in the Sicilian. I mean, it's like stuff that I see that happens over and over again to me. So yeah, it's a good example if you have the time to check that out.
My default.
Okay, so you think I should keep playing e4 or you keep playing the Sicilian?
My default recommendation would be keep playing e4, keep playing the Sicilian, and I'm not decided on Nimzo and Quid because you said that's new to you. And basically, because I want you to play the opening faster, there's a good chance that we want you to play whatever you're most familiar with, which would be E4 and Sicilian at this point,
okay.
right?
Yeah, understandable.
And with D4, if Nimzo and Quid is really new, then maybe we could go back to something you were playing before. The other thing I would say is, because we don't need to get your opening to like amazing level, we do have time that you can experiment a little bit. So if you want to try some different openings for a couple days, you might say, hey, this feels better, or this one is easier to play quickly, or something like that, or this one just feels fresh and I'm liking it, right? We could switch your opening if you want to. We have time to.
I prefer to like whatever you, yeah, whatever you say you think is what I should go for. I mean, you have been looking at my games and you will look at them, so whatever your call is, I will go with that, and then I will try to just focus on that, because if I take time trying to mess around with openings and stuff, then that's going to take away from time where I could be actually trying to understand the openings I'm actually playing.
Yeah.
So I'll go with that. If you say the Sicilian and the D4 are good to go, I mean, I should keep with that. Yeah. Then I go with it.
I think probably so. But you should always tell me, like, if you feel.
And actually,
if you ever feel really uncomfortable with something, you should tell me, right? It's useful info for me. I'm glad that you're so willing to listen to me and take my advice, which is awesome. But if at some point you're like, I'm feeling really uncomfortable here, share that information with me. It'll help me to give you the right advice.
All right. Yeah, about D4, I mean, I've never had an opening where I actually knew much. So, well, I mean, I don't know much about any opening, even about the others I play. But I mean, so on that, I don't know if I should change or not. Like, I mean, the point is, I have tried like 3 different things, and with all of them, I kind of sucked anyway. So, I mean, the point is also, I don't get to play very often against D4 because nobody plays D4 online. Like, everyone is playing always E4, E4, E4. So I very rarely get to face those openings. And I mean, for now, I mean, I will wait for your suggestion. Otherwise, I will continue with what I started now. Yeah. But yeah, before I played like a little bit of Queen's Gambit Declined when I started, and then a little bit of King's Indian Defense. For the long run, I would say that if I'm going to play something that might like stick for the long run, probably what I'm trying now would be something that I could see myself playing like years from now. Still. Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing you were telling me about sorry. Go on. No, you go.
Okay. I think we have some time. So if you wanted to play something else for a day or two just to see how it feels, like, it's not so critical that we practice something every single day, right? So it'd be fine to spend a day playing the Karo Khan if you wanted to and just see what it feels like. And I think it's also fine to stick with the Sicilian. You had a second question, right?
No, it's not really a question, but it's more like what you asked me before. You asked me before what kind of positions I felt comfortable with. A little bit about that I can tell you. I mean, I do remember a little bit about what I feel comfortable with. So, but I mean, take it with a grain of salt, because maybe I don't really know what I like and what I don't like. Who knows? I don't know. But I mean, like when I'm playing like these positions a lot of players don't like when they reach those positions that are sort of dryish, but where you have go into an endgame like right away, but you are playing with white, and you have like a slight edge, you know, like those positions where the computer will say, oh, this is 0.5 or something, and then you're reaching but you're in an endgame like right away. For instance, I play the Rui Lopez, and they play they play like the Steinitz defense. This happens a lot of times, and like on Chessable, Gajewski recommends trading the bishop for the knight and then playing, you know, with that imbalance with the knights. I never understood why you would do that. So even though with that I didn't do so bad, but I mean like I mean what I tend to do naturally in that opening is when there's the possibility of getting all those trades in, I trade the knight, I trade whatever they want to trade, and then I leave them with double pawns, and I go into the end game and I say, well, you know, I'm white, I'm one move ahead, and you have double pawns over there. Like it's not like a super big disadvantage, but I know that at least you know, I'm not worse, I'm better. So those kinds of positions I find that I kind of like, because also it's so simple to get into that endgame that you can get with you know, you've seen how much I struggle with the clock. So if I get into one of those positions, I can start playing an endgame where I actually have time to think about the endgame. So in general, I mean, not all the time I will do well, but a lot of times I will do much better than usual.
Okay,
And
that makes a lot of sense.
And so those kinds of positions I find that I sort of like. Then another thing, I mean, I really like is the positions where I know I have like a sort of like a clear plan and ideas that I know work, whether because you know, I've seen like some other game before, or because I've played them before. And I have like useful moves everywhere. Like for instance, when I play the Rui Lopez, you know, and I have the and I have that plan that I can sort of flowchart a little bit, you know, about moving the knight to do that reroute all the way to g3. So that kind of stuff I like. Like, I mean, you know, I'm playing and I'm like, okay, I go c3, you know, I support the center, I create the escape square for the bishop, and then I can reroute this knight, and maybe I can go knight f5, and it's like I always have like a bunch of ideas that I know that I can play, and so I don't find myself in the position like in that French defense today where I'm without any plan and without any idea, and like you said, basically trying to sit and wait and looking for something, and I don't see anything. And so yeah, if I'm in positions where I have a bunch of useful moves that I know that I can potentially play and I can choose between them, then that's where I feel most comfortable with.
Okay, that makes great sense too. And then I have to ask one other question, like, do you ever sacrifice material?
No, I don't sacrifice. Like I can show you one. Well, not really. I mean, not right now, of course, but I can show you one game that I played yesterday where I did sacrifice a rook, but it was the kind of sacrifice that I do. Like I can show you what's the kind of sacrifice that you would find me doing in a game. Like it's basically if I calculate and I'm like, yeah, this wins. I mean, it has to win. You know, they get like destroyed.
Right.
Then in that case, I sacrifice.
Yeah.
I can sacrifice, you know, a bishop, a rook. Yeah. I mean, if I see that they're getting crushed, then there's no way. Like, I mean, but not like intuitive sacrifices of those, you know, like very high level stuff.
Right.
I don't do that.
Right. So you'll look at sacrificial moves if it's like a calculating position where you're in good position. Like, oh, maybe I sack this and then I checkmate. But you're not looking to play a lot of gambits in the opening or things like that.
No, definitely not. Like, I mean, if I'm like down a pawn or something, I feel like I'm just down a pawn. Like you know, I've seen, and that's a problem I have when there's like an opening course on Chessable or something that you see that everyone wants to suggest to the amateurs these sacrificial lines, and they're like, yeah, we sag a pawn and two, and we're good to go. And I'm like, yeah, all good, but what do I do after?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
They think they're going to get you excited, and you're just nervous.
I would rather be the one that's up a pawn. Yeah. Yeah. So I would rather be the one that's up a pawn and than the one that's creating all that supposed counterplay with the pawn. Which I mean, I say supposed counterplay. Obviously, there is counterplay, but I mean, like at my level, I feel it's pretty hard to prove that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Super. That's good to know. That's really good info for me. So if it works for you, I'll see you at the same time tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, sure thing, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So, yeah, thank you very much for this lesson and for the opportunity. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, so we've got a question that I want to answer from ZJ. And then I'm going to take a little lunch break, and I've got my next student in an hour. So ZJ was asking about, training, like a training regimen, and, should he or they, sorry, I don't know. But asking, should there be like one area of concentration, right? Or should they switch what they're studying every single day, right? And so I was going to give a more complete answer to that. All right, we'll say he. Thanks, CJ. I just don't want to assume or bother anybody. Sorry. So I think a normal training regimen should always include some tactics or calculation, some diet of that. At different levels, it might be 15 minutes a day or an hour a day, or 30 minutes or 40 minutes or whatever, right? Sometimes it'll be, one move tactics, sometimes two move tactics, sometimes three move tactics, sometimes stuff that takes you a minute or two to solve, sometimes stuff that takes you 5 minutes to solve. All of that can vary between players. But there should always be some element of regular tactical training. If someone has time every day, they could do a little bit every day. If you only have maybe 4 or 5 hours a week, maybe that might just be once a week you do tactics, but you do it for an hour that one time, right? Out of 4 or 5 hours that you spend on chess in a week. So there should always be some tactics. Next, when possible, if you have access to it, which now with the internet everybody does, you should occasionally play some games at your preferred time control, whether that be blitz or rapid or classical or whatever. You should occasionally play some games at the time control that matters to you, and you should spend some time looking over your games. Those two things are, I would say, unequivocal, undebatable pillars of any training program. And then I think on top of those two things, you should have one area of focus, one topic that you're working on. It could be one book that you're reading. It could be a topic like rook endgames, and you're practicing rook endgames against somebody else, and occasionally looking at videos about rook endgames or whatever, back and forth. Or it could be studying Mikhail Tal's games, or it could be working on an opening line of yours, etc., right? But the area of focus should not change every day. In fact, normally that area of focus should last for 3 or 4 weeks, I would guess, for most people. Now, all of that stuff depends on how many hours a week you're training, right? Does that make sense? Somebody who's training 5 hours a week might have one area of focus that they work on for 2 or 3 months. Because in a week, they spend an hour on tactics. Let's say on average 2 hours on playing games or analyzing. Maybe one week they play a game, the next week they analyze it or whatever, right? But they might only have 2 hours a week for their area of focus. So it might be for several weeks that they study that. How long would it take you to read a chess book, right? Maybe 50 hours. So if you're reading 2 hours a week, that's going to be like 25 weeks to read my 60 memorable games or whatever you might be reading. Now, if somebody's like super professional or like an aspiring professional, right? Let's say, they're like a college student rated 1900 and studying chess 25 hours a week. Someone like that might have 2 different areas of concentration to sort of break up their studying, because they're putting in sometimes a 5 or 6 hour day of studying chess. So they want like 2 different topics to bounce between. Or if they're studying one area of focus, it might only last a week and then they're done with it, right? Because they're like cranking through it so fast. So how long an area of focus lasts depends on the number of hours a week you're putting into it and how easy or hard a topic it is, right? I could be reading, to put it really simply, I could be reading a 100-page book or a 300-page book. They'll take different amounts of time. But I would say anybody who's in the range of 3 to 10 hours a week should probably only have one area of focus plus their tactics / calculation and game / annotation. And people who are putting in more than 10 hours a week, anywhere from 11 to 40 hours a week, they could have 2 topics that they're working on. All right, I got to take this call. Hang on. Okay, I think I pretty much answered that question, and I'm going to take my little break now. Yeah? Um, Wait, you said, I'm personally like some traditionalists, so I write my chess notes physically on paper notebooks. Super. Good for you. There's probably some activities every day that you have to stare at a computer for. So if you can find some time in your day where you're not looking at a computer, I'm sure that's good for your eyes and everything. And general health, etc. So that sounds great. All right, folks, I'll be back in less than an hour with my next lesson. So